If you're lying here tonight feeling like you still owe something to the world, this is for you. Stay with me. By the end of this, you'll understand why you don't need to repay anything before you rest. And more importantly, you'll finally be able to let go. There are nights when a strange weight settles over you. Not the weight of things you've done wrong. Not the weight of tasks left undone, but something quieter, more persistent. The feeling that somehow, simply by being alive, you've accumulated a debt, that you owe something to life itself, that your existence came with terms and conditions you didn't read carefully enough, and now the bill is coming due. You lie there thinking about all the people who've helped you over the years, all the opportunities you've been given, all the second chances, the lucky breaks, the moments when things could have gone worse but didn't. And somewhere in your mind, a quiet voice whispers, you owe something for all of this. You haven't paid it back yet. You can't rest until you do. But here's what I want you to know tonight. You don't owe the world anything. Not tonight. Not in the way that heavy feeling suggests. You're not in debt to life. You never signed a contract that requires constant repayment. Your existence is not a loan that accrues interest every day you're alive. Before we go deeper into these truths that will help you rest, if you find comfort here, gently subscribe. This channel exists to guide you into peaceful sleep, and your support helps us create more of these quiet sanctuaries for rest. Now, let your shoulders drop. Let the bed hold you. Let your breath move without effort. You're not in debt to life. You don't owe your way into deserving rest. You're allowed to simply be here, breathing, without constantly calculating what you owe in return. Tonight isn't for repayment. It's for release. And the debt you think you're carrying it was never real to begin with. Let's explore why you've been carrying this invisible weight and how you can finally set it down. You were born without signing anything. No contract, no agreement, no terms of service that outlined what you'd owe in exchange for existence. Yet somewhere along the way, you learned to feel indebted, as if breathing itself was a gift so enormous that you'd spend your entire life trying to repay it, as if every sunrise came with a bill. As if being here at all meant you owed something to someone. Somewhere. Always. This feeling is so familiar now that you probably don't even question it anymore. It just lives inside you. This quiet sense of obligation. This feeling that you haven't quite done enough. Haven't quite given back enough. Haven't quite earned your place here yet. But I need you to hear this clearly. Being alive does not create a debt. Life is not a transaction. You weren't handed existence with the understanding that you'd pay it back with interest. You weren't given years on this earth under the condition that you'd justify every single one of them with sufficient productivity, sufficient kindness, sufficient meaning. You don't owe life an explanation for being here. You don't owe the universe a reason for taking up space. You don't owe anyone a justification for existing exactly as you are, with all your imperfections and uncertainties and ordinary human limitations. Think about it. When you were born, did anyone hand your parents an invoice? Did anyone tell them, "This child now owes the world 70 years of exemplary service"? Did anyone say, "She's been given the gift of life, and here's the repayment plan"? No, you simply arrived, as humans do, as every person who has ever lived has arrived unasked, unplanned in the cosmic sense. Simply here, because this is what happens. Life continues, generations unfold, and you became part of that continuation. There was no debt attached to it, no cosmic accountant marking down what you'd need to repay, no celestial ledger with your name at the top, tracking your contributions against some required total. You just were. You just are. Being alive is not the first chapter of a debt story. It's just being alive. But this feeling of owing, where does it come from? Why does it feel so real if it's not actually true? It comes from living in a world that constantly measures worth, that assigns value based on output, that treats human beings like investments that need to show returns. You've been swimming in these messages your entire life. Work hard. Contribute. Make something of yourself. Don't waste your potential. Give back. Be useful. Matter. And somewhere in all of that, the natural human desire to be meaningful got twisted into the belief that meaning requires constant repayment, that every breath you take is borrowed and must be paid back with accomplishment, with service, with proof that you deserve to keep breathing. But your breath doesn't need to be earned. It's not a privilege you're granted based on good behavior. It's not something you have to justify with a lifetime of achievement. Your breath is just your breath. Your life is just your life. And neither one requires you to prove its worthiness through constant repayment. You've probably spent years trying to pay back this imaginary debt, working longer hours than your body wanted to work, saying yes when you meant no because you felt obligated, pushing through exhaustion because rest felt like shirking some cosmic responsibility, feeling guilty for every moment of peace because somewhere in the back of your mind, a voice whispered, "You haven't earned this yet. You still owe." But you don't. You never did. Being alive does not create a debt. It's not a gift that requires repayment. It's not a loan with interest. It's not a transaction at all. It's just life, happening, unfolding, being what it is. And you, simply by being part of it, don't owe anything in return except to keep breathing, keep being, keep existing as honestly as you can. Tonight, lying here in the dark, you're allowed to release this feeling, this sense that your existence has put you in debt, this belief that you need to keep working, keep striving, keep proving until you've finally paid back what you owe. You don't owe. There's no debt. There never was. You can be here, alive, breathing, resting, without needing to justify it with accomplishment or service or proof of worthiness. Being alive does not create a debt. And tonight, you can rest, knowing that simple truth. You're not behind on payments. You're not failing to give back enough. You're not in arrears with life. You're just here, alive, human, breathing. And that's all you were ever meant to be. The debt was never real. It was just a story you learned. A story that's been passed down through generations of people who were also taught to feel obligated for simply existing. But you can choose to stop believing that story tonight. You can choose to recognize it for what it is, a lie that's been dressed up as virtue for so long that we forgot it was a lie. Being alive does not create a debt. Your existence is not a burden on the world that you must compensate for. Your life is not a gift that comes with strings attached, with terms and conditions, with a requirement for constant repayment. Your life is just your life. Given freely, existing freely, yours to live without the weight of imaginary obligation pressing down on your chest every night when you try to rest. So let it go. This feeling of owing, this sense that you haven't done enough, given enough, been enough to justify your continued existence. You don't need to justify it. You never did. Being alive does not create a debt. And tonight, finally, you can rest without feeling like rest is something you haven't quite earned yet, because there's nothing to earn. There never was. You're simply alive, breathing, here. And that's enough. That's always been enough. Being alive does not create a debt. Remember that. Hold on to that. Let it be true for you tonight. You don't owe the world anything for being born. You don't owe life anything for continuing. You don't owe anyone anything just for existing. You're just here. And here is exactly where you're allowed to be. Free of debt, free of obligation, free to rest. When you look back at your life, can you remember the moment you agreed to this? The moment you signed on the dotted line, accepting full responsibility for earning your place in the world through constant contribution. You can't remember it because it never happened. There was no contract, no agreement, no terms you willingly accepted. Yet you've been living as if there was, as if somewhere, somehow. You made a promise to the world that you'd spend your entire life proving you deserve to be here. You didn't. You made no such promise. The world didn't hand you a contract when you were born. Life didn't ask you to sign anything in exchange for the years you've been given. But our culture loves contracts. It loves agreements and obligations and clear terms of exchange. It loves the idea that nothing is free, that everything has a price, that every gift requires reciprocation. And so you learn to treat your life like it came with hidden clauses, terms you didn't read carefully enough, obligations you're now bound to fulfill whether you remember agreeing to them or not. But there are no hidden clauses. There are no terms you missed. There is no contract binding you to constant productivity, constant improvement, constant justification of your existence. You did not sign a contract with the world. No one does. We're all born into this life without our consent, without our agreement, without signing anything that outlines what we'll owe in return. Think about the contracts you have signed in your life. Employment agreements, loan documents, rental leases. You remember signing those. You remember reading the terms, understanding what you were committing to, making a conscious choice to accept the obligations. Did you ever do that with life itself? Did anyone ever present you with a document that said, by continuing to exist, you agree to work yourself to exhaustion, to feel guilty for resting, to constantly prove your worth through achievement? No, that contract doesn't exist. It never existed. It's entirely imagined. Yet you've been honoring it anyway, fulfilling obligations you never agreed to, living up to terms you never accepted, feeling bound by an agreement that was never actually made. This is what culture does. It creates invisible contracts, unspoken agreements, assumed obligations that feel so real, so binding, that we never think to question whether we actually agreed to them. You're supposed to work hard. You're supposed to contribute. You're supposed to make something of yourself. You're supposed to give back. You're supposed to earn your keep. Who made these rules? Who drew up this contract that you've been following your entire life? No one, or everyone. The messages are so pervasive, so constant, so deeply woven into the fabric of how we talk about life and worth and value, that they feel like objective truth rather than cultural invention. But they are invention. They are stories we tell. They are frameworks we've created. And they are not binding contracts you signed. You did not sign a contract with the world. You do not owe your life to anyone's expectations of what a life should produce. You are not bound by unspoken agreements to constantly justify your existence through measurable output. Tonight, lying here trying to rest, you're allowed to recognize this truth. You never agreed to any of this. The feeling of obligation, the sense that you're falling short of some cosmic contract, it's all based on an agreement that was never actually made. You can choose to stop honoring a contract you never signed. You can choose to release yourself from obligations you never accepted. You can choose to recognize that life doesn't actually work this way, no matter how much it feels like it does. There is no contract. There are no terms. There are no clauses binding you to constant repayment of a debt that was never real. You did not sign a contract with the world. And tonight, you can rest, knowing that you're not breaking any agreement by simply being here, breathing, existing without constantly producing. You're free. You always were. The contract was never real. You wake up in the morning, you're alive. Does life send you a bill for that day? Does existence charge you by the hour? But you've learned to live as if it does, as if every moment of being alive is adding to a running total that you'll eventually have to pay. As if existence itself is a transaction where you receive life and must give back achievement in return. But existence is not a transaction. Life doesn't work like a store where you take goods off the shelf and then owe payment before you leave. Being alive is not the same as being in debt. Yet this transactional thinking has probably shaped your entire life. You've treated almost everything as an exchange. You receive help. You owe help in return. You receive kindness. You owe kindness back. You receive opportunities. You owe results to justify them. And somewhere in all of that, you started treating your very existence the same way, as if being alive means you've received something, and now you owe something back, as if there's a cosmic balance sheet, and you need to make sure your contributions equal or exceed what you've received. But life is not a ledger. Existence is not an accounting problem. You are not a debtor trying to balance your books before you're allowed to rest. Think about a tree. Does a tree owe anything for existing? Does it need to produce a certain number of leaves to justify taking up space in the forest? Does it need to offer sufficient shade, drop enough acorns, house enough birds before it's earned the right to grow another year? No. The tree just exists. It grows, it lives, it takes in sun and water and air, and it simply is. Without owing, without debt, without needing to justify its existence through measurable contribution. And yet, you, a human being, just as much a part of nature as that tree you've been taught to operate differently, to see your existence as something that must be earned, to see your life as something you must pay for through constant giving back. But you're not different from the tree. You're part of the same world, part of the same natural unfolding of life. And your existence, like the trees, is not a transaction. It's just existence. You breathe in oxygen. You don't owe the atmosphere payment. You drink water. You don't owe the rivers compensation. You eat food. You don't owe the earth a receipt signed in accomplishment. These things are just part of being alive, part of being a living organism in a world that supports living organisms. There's no transaction happening. There's just life, continuing as life does. And the same is true for everything else. You were born, not because you earned it, not because you deserved it, not because you agreed to pay it back. You were born because birth happens, because life continues, because this is what existence does. And now you're here, alive, being, and this being does not require repayment. It's not a transaction you entered into. It's not an exchange where you received life and now owe something equivalent in return. Existence is not a transaction. It's simply existence, happening, unfolding, being what it is. Tonight, you can release the transactional thinking that's been weighing you down. You can stop calculating what you owe. You can stop measuring whether you've given back enough. You can stop treating your life like it's part of some cosmic exchange program where nothing is free and everything must be earned. You don't owe. There's no exchange. There's no transaction happening where you're the debtor and life is the creditor waiting for payment. You're just alive. And being alive is enough. It doesn't require repayment. It doesn't require justification. It doesn't require constant giving back to balance some imagined equation. Existence is not a transaction. And tonight, you can rest, knowing that you don't owe anything for simply being here. You're not in debt to life. You never were. The transaction was never real. Just breathe. Just be. Just exist without owing anything in return. Because existence is not a transaction. It's just life, happening, being, free of debt, free of obligation, free. And you, tonight, can rest in that freedom, can let go of the weight of imaginary transactions, can simply be here, alive, breathing, without owing anything to anyone. Existence is not a transaction. Remember that. Hold on to that. Let it be true for you. You don't owe. You never did. There's no bill coming due. There's no payment required. There's no transaction to complete. There's just you. Alive, here, breathing, free. There's a question you've probably been asking yourself for years, maybe even decades. A question that arrives quietly, usually late at night when you're alone with your thoughts. What gives me the right to be here? Not here in this room, not here in this city, but here, on this earth, taking up space, breathing air, consuming resources, being alive. And underneath that question is an assumption you've carried so long you might not even recognize it anymore. The assumption that you need a reason, that you need to justify your place here, that your existence requires an explanation, a purpose, a justification that makes it okay for you to continue being alive. But you don't. You are not required to justify your place here. Think about how much energy you've spent over the years trying to earn your right to exist, trying to be good enough, productive enough, kind enough, useful enough that your presence in the world feels justified. You've worked jobs you hated because at least you were contributing something. You've said yes to things you didn't want to do because saying no felt selfish, unjustifiable. You've pushed yourself past exhaustion because rest felt like an indulgence you hadn't earned yet. All of this because somewhere deep inside, you believed you needed a reason to be here. A good enough reason. A reason that would satisfy some invisible judge who's constantly evaluating whether your existence is sufficiently justified. But that judge doesn't exist. There's no tribunal reviewing your life to determine if you've earned your place on Earth. There's no panel of evaluators measuring whether you've contributed enough to deserve continued existence. You are not required to justify your place here. Not to anyone. Not to the world. Not to society. Not to other people. Not even to yourself. Your existence doesn't need a reason. It doesn't need a purpose that makes it legitimate. It doesn't need to be defended or explained or proven worthy. You're simply here. You were born. You are alive. And that's all the justification existence has ever required. Think about other living things. Does a bird need to justify its place on the branch? Does it need to prove it has sufficient reason to exist before it's allowed to keep breathing? Does a flower need to defend its right to bloom? Does it need to explain why it deserves sunlight and rain? No. These things just exist. They're part of the world, part of life, part of the ongoing unfolding of existence, and no one asks them for justification. But you've been taught differently. You've been taught that human existence is special, which sounds like a compliment but carries a burden. Because if human existence is special, then it must be earned. It must be justified. It must have a reason. And so you've spent your life searching for that reason, trying to find the purpose that makes your existence defensible, trying to discover the meaning that justifies your place here. But what if there doesn't need to be a reason? What if your place here doesn't require justification? What if you're allowed to be here simply because you are here? Because birth happened and life continued, and you became part of that continuation, not because you earned it or deserved it or had a sufficiently compelling reason, but simply because this is what happens. Life continues. People are born, and they're allowed to exist without needing to submit a written justification for their presence. You are not required to justify your place here. This might be one of the most liberating truths you could accept tonight. All those years of trying to prove yourself, all those nights of lying awake, wondering if you've done enough to deserve the space you occupy, all those moments of feeling like you need to work harder, achieve more, contribute better to earn your right to exist. You can let all of that go, because it was never required. The justification you've been trying to provide was never actually needed. Your place here is not conditional. It's not based on performance. It's not something you have to continuously earn through sufficient accomplishment or adequate contribution. You're here, you're alive, and that's enough. That's all the justification existence has ever needed. But this is hard to believe, isn't it? Because you've been surrounded by messages your entire life that suggest otherwise. Messages that say your worth must be proven, that your value must be demonstrated, that your existence must serve some purpose greater than itself to be legitimate. These messages are everywhere. In how we talk about productivity and contribution, in how we measure success and significance, in how we evaluate whose lives matter and whose don't based on what they've accomplished or produced or achieved. But these are human inventions, cultural constructs, stories we've created about how existence works. They're not natural laws. They're not universal truths. They're just frameworks we've built. And frameworks can be questioned, rejected, replaced. You are not required to justify your place here. This is true whether you've accomplished great things or ordinary things or seemingly nothing at all. It's true whether you've made major contributions to society or lived a quiet life that touched only a small circle of people. Your place here doesn't depend on your resume. It doesn't depend on your achievements. It doesn't depend on your ability to articulate a compelling purpose for your existence. It just is. You're here, alive, human, part of this world. And that's enough. Think about the people in your life who you love most deeply. Do you love them because they've justified their place in the world? Do you cherish them because they've provided sufficient reasons for their existence? No. You love them simply because they exist, because they're here, because their presence in your life matters to you, regardless of what they've accomplished, or achieved, or contributed. And if you can extend that understanding to others, why not to yourself? Why do you hold yourself to a different standard? Why do you demand justification from yourself that you would never demand from anyone you care about? You are not required to justify your place here, not to the world, not to anyone, not even to the voice in your own head that keeps asking if you've done enough, been enough, mattered enough to deserve continued existence. That voice is wrong. It's always been wrong. It's operating from a framework that treats existence as something that must be earned, when existence is actually just something that is. Tonight, lying here in the dark, you can choose to stop justifying, stop defending, stop trying to prove that you have sufficient reason to be alive. You can just be alive, without reason, without justification, without needing to explain or defend or prove anything. You're here, you're breathing, you exist, and that's enough. That's always been enough. That's all that was ever required. You are not required to justify your place here. Let that truth settle into you. Let it release the tension you've been carrying. Let it free you from the endless effort of trying to prove yourself worthy of existence. You don't need to prove anything. You never did. Your place here is already justified by the simple fact that you're here. No further explanation needed. No additional justification required. No more effort to prove yourself worthy. You're here. That's enough. You are enough. You are not required to justify your place here. Remember that tonight. Hold on to that. Let it be the truth that finally allows you to rest. Because you don't owe anyone an explanation for existing. Not the world, not society, not other people, not yourself. You're simply here, alive, human. And that's all the justification you've ever needed. Somewhere in your mind, there's a running tally, a mental spreadsheet tracking everything you've received against everything you've given, every kindness shown to you in one column, every contribution you've made in another, and constantly, obsessively, you're checking the balance, making sure you're not in the red. But here's what you need to know tonight. The world does not keep a ledger. There is no cosmic accounting system tracking what you owe. There is no universal balance sheet with your name at the top, calculating your debts against your credits. This ledger exists only in your mind, and it's been exhausting you for years. Think about how much mental energy you spend on this invisible accounting. Someone does you a favor, and immediately you're calculating what you owe in return. You receive help, and you can't just accept it. You have to figure out how to repay it. You're given an opportunity. And you can't simply be grateful, you have to determine what you owe for receiving it. You're constantly adding and subtracting, constantly measuring, constantly worried that you're taking more than you're giving, constantly anxious that the balance is tipping in the wrong direction. And someday, somehow, all your debts will come due. But the world does not keep a ledger. Life is not maintaining a running total of what you owe. The universe is not waiting for you to balance your books before you're allowed to rest. This ledger you've been keeping, it's yours alone. You created it. You maintain it. You're the only one checking it every night, making sure the numbers add up, worried about what happens if they don't. And here's the profound relief in this truth: if you created it, you can close it. If you're the only one keeping score, you can stop keeping score. The world isn't asking you to. Life isn't demanding it. The universe isn't waiting for a final accounting where all debts must be settled. You are the accountant, and you can choose to stop accounting. Think about the actual people in your life, the ones who've helped you over the years, the ones who've shown you kindness, given you opportunities, offered you support when you needed it. Are they keeping track? Are they maintaining their own ledgers with your name in them, calculating what you owe, waiting for you to repay every kindness with mathematical precision? Probably not. Most people give because they want to give. They help because it feels good to help. They show kindness because kindness is its own reward. They're not maintaining spreadsheets. They're not keeping score. They're not waiting for you to even the balance. But you are. You're keeping score for them. You're maintaining a ledger they don't even know exists. You're tracking debts they never intended to create. And this is exhausting. This constant accounting. This perpetual calculation of what you owe and whether you've given enough to balance what you've received. The world does not keep a ledger. And the people in your world, the real people who actually know you and care about you, they're not keeping ledgers either. The only ledger that exists is the one in your mind. And it's not real. It's not accurate. It's not actually tracking anything that matters to anyone except you. You can close that ledger tonight. You can stop adding and subtracting. You can release yourself from the exhausting work of trying to balance accounts that were never real to begin with. But where did this ledger come from? Why do you feel so compelled to keep it? It comes from living in a transactional world, a world that teaches you that everything is an exchange, that nothing is free, that every gift comes with strings attached, that every kindness creates an obligation. You learned this young. You learned that when someone gives you something, you owe them something back. That receiving creates debt. That accepting help means accepting obligation. And so you started keeping track. You started maintaining your mental ledger because you believed this was necessary. This was responsible. This was how you make sure you're not taking advantage, not being selfish, not receiving more than you deserve. But what if all of that is wrong? What if the transactional model doesn't actually apply to human relationships, to life itself, to existence? What if kindness doesn't create debt? What if help doesn't require repayment? What if receiving is allowed to be just receiving, without the burden of obligation attached? The world does not keep a ledger. This means you're allowed to receive without owing. You're allowed to be helped without calculating what you owe in return. You're allowed to accept kindness without immediately trying to balance the scales. This doesn't mean you become selfish or ungrateful. It doesn't mean you stop being kind or helpful to others. It just means you stop treating every exchange as a transaction that must be balanced. You can be grateful for help without feeling indebted. You can appreciate kindness without feeling obligated. You can receive generosity without feeling like you're accumulating debt. Because the world does not keep a ledger. The people who help you are not maintaining accounts. The universe is not tracking your debts. Life is not waiting for you to even the score. You're the only one keeping score, and you can stop. Think about how different your life would feel if you closed that ledger, if you stopped calculating, if you released yourself from the constant mental accounting of what you owe. You could accept help without anxiety. You could receive kindness without immediately planning how to repay it. You could be grateful without feeling burdened by obligation. You could just receive, just accept, just allow people to give to you because they want to, not because you've earned it or because you'll repay it, but simply because this is what people do. They give, they help, they show kindness, and you can receive all of that without it becoming debt on some imaginary ledger. The world does not keep a ledger. There is no cosmic accounting. There is no universal balance sheet. There is no final reckoning where all debts must be settled. There's just life, flowing, people helping each other, kindness moving through the world, generosity existing without requiring repayment. And you, lying here tonight, can choose to participate in that flow without keeping score, without calculating, without maintaining accounts. You can close the ledger. You can stop the endless adding and subtracting. You can release yourself from the exhausting work of trying to make sure everything balances, because it doesn't need to balance. The world isn't asking it to. Life isn't demanding it. The universe isn't waiting for your final accounting. The only one asking for balance is you. And tonight, you can give yourself permission to stop asking. The world does not keep a ledger, and neither do you have to. You can let the numbers go. You can let the calculations stop. You can let yourself exist without constantly measuring what you owe against what you've given. You can just be, just receive, just give when you want to give. Not because you're balancing accounts, but because giving feels good. The ledger was never real. It was just a mental construct you created because you believed it was necessary. But it's not necessary. It's not helping you. It's just exhausting you. So close it. Tonight, right now. Close the ledger. Stop keeping score. Stop calculating what you owe. The world does not keep a ledger, and you don't have to either. You're free. You always were. Just close the book. Let the numbers go. Rest without accounting. Exist without calculating. Because the world does not keep a ledger, and tonight, neither do you. You lie there thinking about what you owe, what you haven't done yet, what you still need to give back, what you haven't contributed. But what about what you've already given? What about all the ways you've already contributed, already helped, already made a difference without even realizing it? You have already given more than you realize. Far more. In ways you can't even count because they were never recorded, never acknowledged, never tallied up on any visible scoreboard. Think about all the small kindnesses you've offered over the years, the ones you don't even remember, because they seemed so ordinary, so insignificant, so much like just being a decent human being that they didn't register as contributions worth noting. The time you smiled at a stranger who needed to see a friendly face. The moment you listened to a friend who just needed someone to hear them. The day you did your job well and made someone else's day a little easier. The evening you were patient when you could have been frustrated. The morning you showed up when you could have stayed home. None of these feel like major contributions. None of them seem like they should count towards some cosmic balance. None of them feel significant enough to matter in the grand scheme of whether you've given enough. But they matter. They all matter. Every single small kindness, every moment of patience, every time you showed up, every instance when you chose compassion over indifference, you have already given more than you realize. The world doesn't keep a ledger. Remember, but if it did, if someone was actually tracking all the ways you've contributed to the lives around you, the total would be staggering. Not because you've done anything heroic or extraordinary, but because ordinary human kindness, repeated day after day for years, adds up to something profound. You've made people laugh when they needed lightness. You've offered comfort when someone was hurting. You've shared your knowledge when someone was confused. You've given your time when someone needed help. You've been present when someone felt alone. And most of the time, you didn't think twice about it. You just did what felt right in the moment. You just responded to need with whatever you had to offer. You just lived your life in a way that naturally included other people. But all of that counts. All of those moments when you chose kindness. All of those times when you helped without thinking you were doing anything special. All of those instances when you contributed in small ways that seemed insignificant, but weren't. You have already given more than you realize. And the reason you don't realize it is because you're looking for the big contributions, the measurable achievements, the obvious impacts that everyone can see and acknowledge. But most of what you've given has been quiet, uncelebrated, unnoticed by everyone except the people who directly received it. And sometimes even they didn't fully recognize what you offered because it came so naturally, so generously, so freely. Think about the emotional labor you've done over the years, the times you managed your own stress so you wouldn't burden others, the moments you stayed calm in chaos so other people could feel safe, the days you carried your own pain privately so you could still show up for people who needed you. Nobody gave you credit for that. Nobody acknowledged how much energy it took. Nobody recognized it as a contribution worth noting. But it is, all of that invisible work you've done to hold yourself together, to stay functional, to keep showing up. It's all been a gift to the people around you, even if they never knew what it cost you. You have already given more than you realize. Every time you chose not to lash out when you were hurting, every time you swallowed your frustration to keep peace, every time you pushed through exhaustion to fulfill a commitment, every time you sacrificed your own comfort for someone else's well-being. None of these sacrifices came with receipts. None of them were logged as official contributions. None of them were acknowledged as debts paid. But they were real. They mattered. They made a difference in ways you'll probably never fully know. You've already given so much. Not in grand gestures or dramatic moments, but in the thousand small ways you've lived your life with consideration for others, with awareness of how your actions affect the people around you, with commitment to being a decent human being, even when it would be easier not to be. And here's what's particularly unfair about this. The contributions you've made, the real, meaningful ways you've given to the world, they're largely invisible. They don't show up on resumes. They don't get measured in any formal way. They don't count toward the metrics our culture uses to determine who has contributed enough. So you discount them. You minimize them. You tell yourself they don't really count because they weren't big enough, visible enough, important enough. But they do count. They absolutely count. Every kind word, every patient moment, every time you showed up, every instance when you chose compassion, every small sacrifice, every quiet generosity. You have already given more than you realize. And tonight, lying here worrying about what you still owe, you can choose to remember all that you've already given, not to pat yourself on the back, not to claim you've done enough and never need to give again, but simply to recognize the truth you have been contributing all along. You have been giving. You have been making a difference just by living your life with basic human decency, just by showing up, just by caring about how your presence affects others. That's been your contribution, quiet, uncelebrated, unmeasured by any formal standard, but real, valuable, meaningful in ways that matter far more than you realize. You have already given more than you realize. So tonight, when that voice whispers that you haven't done enough, that you owe more, that you need to give back more, you can gently remind yourself of the truth. You've been giving all along, in small ways, in quiet ways, in ways that don't make headlines or earn recognition, but that make the world a slightly better place simply because you were in it. You have already given more than you realize, and that's enough. That's always been enough. When you were born, you arrived with needs, hunger, warmth, comfort, safety, love. You needed these things to survive, and you expressed those needs freely, loudly, without any sense that needing was wrong. You did not arrive feeling obligated. You did not emerge from the womb already burdened with a sense that you owed something for being alive. You did not come into this world already knowing you were supposed to earn your place here. That feeling came later. It was taught to you. Obligation is learned, not inherent. Think back to early childhood if you can remember it. There was a time, however brief, when you simply existed, when you took what you needed without guilt, when you asked for help without shame, when you received care without feeling like you had to repay it. You were just a child, just a small human being, just alive, and that was enough. But somewhere along the way, the lessons started, subtle at first, then more direct. Messages about what you owed, what was expected, what you needed to do to be worthy of the care you were receiving. Be good, and we'll love you. Work hard, and you'll deserve nice things. Make us proud, and you'll have earned your place. Contribute something, or you're wasting your potential. These weren't malicious teachings. The people who taught you these lessons probably learned them the same way. They were passing down what they'd been taught, what they believed, what seemed true about how the world works. But none of it was inherent. None of it was natural law. It was all learned, cultural, constructed, a framework built by humans and passed down through generations until it felt like truth. Obligation is learned, not inherent. You were not born owing anything. You were not born needing to justify your existence. You were not born with a debt that required repayment. You learned to feel that way. You were taught that way. You absorbed those messages so deeply, so early, so completely that they feel like they've always been part of you. But they haven't. There was a you before the obligation, a you that simply existed without guilt, a you that received without calculating, a you that just was, without needing to prove anything, and that you is still in there, underneath all the learned obligation, underneath all the taught guilt, underneath all the absorbed messages about what you owe and who you need to be, and what you need to accomplish to deserve your place here. Think about what you learned about obligation. Maybe you learned it through religion, that you owe God your devotion, your obedience, your life lived in service. Maybe you learned it through family, that you owe your parents your success, your gratitude, your choices made to honor their sacrifices. Maybe you learned it through culture, that you owe society your productivity, your contribution, your measurable value. Maybe you learned it through relationships, that you owe people your time, your energy, your constant availability. However you learned it, whatever specific lessons you absorbed, they all added up to the same core belief you owe. You are obligated. You must repay. You must earn. You must justify. But obligation is learned, not inherent, which means it can be unlearned. It can be questioned. It can be released. This doesn't mean you become selfish or irresponsible. This doesn't mean you stop caring about other people or contributing to the world. This doesn't mean you reject all sense of connection and interdependence. It just means you recognize that the heavy sense of obligation you carry, the feeling that you constantly owe, that you're perpetually in debt, that you must endlessly justify your existence, that's not natural. That's not how you were born. That's something you learned. And what was learned can be examined, can be questioned, can be chosen or rejected based on whether it actually serves you and the life you want to live. You can choose to be kind without feeling obligated to be kind. You can choose to help without feeling indebted to help. You can choose to contribute without feeling like contribution is what earns your right to exist. These can be choices you make freely, from a place of genuine desire rather than learned obligation, from a place of authentic generosity rather than guilty repayment. Obligation is learned, not inherent. And tonight, lying here carrying all that weight, you can begin to distinguish between what you genuinely want to give and what you feel obligated to give, between what feels true to who you are and what feels like following rules you don't even remember agreeing to, between authentic responsibility and learned guilt. You were not born owing. You were born as a small, vulnerable human being who needed care. And you received that care not because you earned it, but because you needed it. Because that's what we do for small, vulnerable beings who need care. The obligation came later. The sense that you owed something for that care. The belief that receiving created debt. The feeling that you needed to spend your whole life paying back what you were given. But what if that's wrong? What if care isn't meant to create debt? What if being given what you needed as a child wasn't a loan, but just care? Just humans caring for a small human who needed caring for obligation is learned, not inherent. You can choose to release it, not all at once, not easily, but gradually, gently. You can begin to recognize when you're operating from learned obligation rather than authentic choice. When you're saying yes because you genuinely want to versus because you feel like you have to. When you're giving because it feels good versus because you feel guilty not giving. When you're helping because you care versus because you're trying to even some imaginary balance. You were not born obligated. You learned to feel that way. And tonight, you can begin the slow work of unlearning, of releasing, of returning to something closer to that original state where you simply existed, simply were, simply lived, without the crushing weight of constant obligation. Obligation is learned, not inherent. Remember that. Hold on to that. Let it begin to free you from the weight you've been carrying your entire life. You don't owe as much as you think you do. Most of what you feel obligated to give was never actually required. It was just learned, and what was learned can be released. Tonight, you can rest knowing that you were not born in debt. You were born free. And underneath all the learned obligation, that freedom is still there, waiting for you to reclaim it. Obligation is learned, not inherent. And you, tonight, can begin to let it go. There's an equation you've been living by for so long, it feels like natural law. A formula that seems self-evident, unquestionable, just the way things work. Your worth equals your output. Your right to exist equals what you produce. Your value equals what you accomplish. If you're productive, you're worthy. If you're accomplishing things, you deserve your place here. If you're creating output, you're justified in existing. But if you're not producing, if you're not accomplishing, if you're not generating measurable output, then what? Then you're wasting space, wasting time, wasting the resources you consume, wasting the life you've been given. This is the equation you've been living by, and it's destroying you, because you are allowed to exist without output. You really are. Your worth is not measured in what you produce. Think about how this equation shapes every moment of your life. You wake up, and immediately you're thinking about what you need to accomplish today, what you need to produce, what output will justify today's existence. You move through your day measuring yourself by productivity. Good days are days when you accomplished a lot. Bad days are days when you didn't produce enough. Your entire sense of whether today was worthwhile depends on what you can point to as output. And when you're not producing, when you're resting, or sick, or just having a slow day, you feel guilty. You feel like you're wasting time. You feel like you're not earning your place, not justifying your existence, not producing enough output to deserve the space you occupy. You are allowed to exist without output. This might be one of the hardest truths for you to accept, because you've been measuring your worth by productivity for so long that existence without output feels meaningless, pointless, unjustifiable. But you're not a machine. You're not a factory whose only purpose is to produce. You're not a tool whose value is determined entirely by its output. You're a human being, and human beings have intrinsic worth that exists independent of what they produce. Think about the people you love most. Do you love them because of their output? Do you value them based on their productivity? Do you measure their worth by what they accomplish? No. You love them because they exist, because they are themselves, because their presence in your life matters regardless of what they produce or accomplish or achieve. You don't love your children if you have them because of what they accomplish. You don't love them more on days when they're productive and less on days when they're just being. You love them simply because they're yours, because they exist, because they're here. You don't love your friends because of their output. You value them for who they are, not what they produce. Their friendship matters because of the connection you share, not because of their productivity levels. And yet, you don't extend this same understanding to yourself. You measure yourself by a standard you would never apply to anyone you care about. You treat yourself like a machine that must constantly produce to justify its existence. But you are allowed to exist without output. On days when you produce nothing, on days when you accomplish nothing, on days when you're simply being alive without generating any measurable value. You're still worthy, you're still valuable, you're still deserving of existence, not because of what you've accomplished today, but because you're a human being, and human beings have worth that exists independent of productivity. This doesn't mean ambition is wrong. It doesn't mean accomplishment doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you should never try to produce or achieve or create anything. It just means your worth isn't contingent on these things. Your right to exist doesn't depend on constant output. Your value as a human being doesn't fluctuate based on your productivity levels. You are allowed to exist without output. On vacation days when you produce nothing work-related. On sick days when you accomplish nothing except resting. On slow days when you just move through hours without generating anything measurable. You're allowed to have days, weeks, even longer periods where your output is minimal or non-existent, where you're just being, just existing, just living without constantly producing. And your worth during those times, it's exactly the same as your worth during your most productive times, because your worth was never actually tied to your output. That was just a story you believed, an equation you accepted without questioning. Think about elderly people who are retired, who are no longer producing economic output. Are they worthless? Do they not deserve to exist because they're no longer contributing to the economy? Of course not. Their worth isn't diminished by lack of output. They're valuable simply because they're human beings, because they exist, because life has worth independent of productivity. And the same is true for you. Right now, at every age, in every circumstance, whether you're producing or not producing, whether you're accomplishing or not accomplishing, whether you're generating output or simply existing, you are allowed to exist without output. Tonight, lying here, you're not producing anything. You're not accomplishing anything. You're not generating any measurable output. And that's completely fine. That's exactly what this time is for. Not for producing, for existing. For being alive without needing to justify that existence through constant output. Your body is doing important things right now, repairing itself, restoring itself, processing the day's experiences. These aren't measurable outputs in the way you usually think about productivity, but they're essential, they're valuable, they're worth your time, even though they produce nothing you can point to. You are allowed to exist without output. Let this be true tonight. Let yourself rest without feeling like rest is wasted time because it produces nothing measurable. Let yourself simply be here, breathing, existing, without needing to accomplish anything or produce anything or justify your existence through output. Because you don't need to justify your existence. You never did. The worth you have simply by being alive, it's not tied to what you produce. It's intrinsic. It's constant. It exists whether you're being productive or simply being. You are allowed to exist without output. Remember that. Believe that. Let that finally give you permission to rest without guilt. You're not wasting time by resting. You're not failing by not producing. You're not worthless when you're not accomplishing. You're just being human, just existing, just alive. And that's enough. That's always been enough. You are allowed to exist without output. Tonight and every night. Today and every day. You're allowed to simply be, without producing, without accomplishing, without output, just being, just existing, just alive. And that's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything. There's a strange mathematics you've been doing in your head, a calculation that happens automatically, without you even realizing you're doing it. Every time you rest, you add to what you owe. Every time you take a break, the debt increases. Every time you do nothing, the balance gets bigger. Rest, in your mind, is not neutral. It's not restorative. It's not essential. It's accumulating debt. It's creating obligation. It's something you'll have to pay back later with extra effort, extra productivity, extra proof that you deserve to have rested. But rest does not increase what you owe. It doesn't add to any debt. It doesn't create additional obligation. It doesn't require repayment. Rest is not a loan. It's not something you borrow from your future productivity. It's not something you'll have to pay back with interest later. Rest is just rest. It's a biological necessity. It's restoration. It's what makes continued effort possible. And it doesn't create debt. But you treat it like it does. You rest, and immediately you're calculating what you now owe. How much harder you'll need to work tomorrow to make up for resting today. How much more you'll need to accomplish to justify having taken time to restore yourself. You take a day off, and you come back feeling like you owe extra days of intense productivity. You take a vacation, and you return feeling obligated to work twice as hard to compensate for having rested. You sleep late one morning, and you spend the rest of the day trying to prove you deserved those extra hours. Rest does not increase what you owe. This calculation you're doing, it's not real. It's not based on any actual system of debt and repayment. It's just a story you're telling yourself, a belief you've absorbed about how rest works. But that belief is wrong. Rest doesn't create debt. It creates capacity. It doesn't increase what you owe. It restores your ability to give what you choose to give. Think about your body. When you exercise, your muscles get tired. They need rest to repair and grow stronger. Does that rest create a debt your muscles must repay? Does resting between workouts mean your muscles now owe something they didn't owe before? No. The rest is part of the process. It's essential to the process. It's what makes continued exercise possible and effective. It doesn't create obligation. It creates capacity. The same is true for all rest. Mental rest, emotional rest, physical rest. It's not creating debt. It's creating capacity. It's restoring resources. It's making continued engagement possible. Rest does not increase what you owe. When you sleep tonight, you're not accumulating debt you'll have to repay tomorrow. You're restoring yourself so you can actually show up tomorrow. So you can be present, effective, engaged rather than depleted and going through motions. When you take time to rest, whether it's sleeping or taking a break or having a day off, you're not borrowing from future productivity. You're investing in future capacity. You're ensuring you'll actually be able to be productive rather than burning yourself out trying to produce without restoration. But you've been taught otherwise. You've been taught that rest must be earned through sufficient productivity, that you can only rest after you've worked hard enough to deserve it. That rest is a reward, not a necessity, a luxury, not a requirement. And implicit in all of that is the idea that rest creates obligation, that when you rest, you're taking something you'll need to pay back. That rest is a debt you're accumulating, not a restoration you're providing yourself. Rest does not increase what you owe. You don't owe extra work because you rested. You don't owe additional productivity because you took time to restore yourself. You don't owe proof that you deserved rest because you actually rested. Rest is not something you must earn or repay. It's something you need. It's a requirement of being human. It's essential to functioning well over time. Think about it this way. If you don't rest, what happens? You burn out, you become less effective, you make more mistakes, you lose capacity, you eventually break down. So rest isn't optional. It's not a luxury you indulge in when you've earned it. It's necessary. It's preventive maintenance. It's what keeps you functional. And necessary maintenance doesn't create debt. It prevents breakdown. Taking care of your car doesn't mean your car now owes you something. It means your car can continue functioning. The maintenance is part of what makes the car work, not a debt the car must repay. Rest does not increase what you owe. It's maintenance. It's restoration. It's what makes everything else possible, and it doesn't require repayment. Tonight, when you rest, you're not accumulating debt. You're not creating obligation. You're not adding to some balance that you'll have to settle later. You're just resting, just restoring, just doing what humans need to do to remain capable of engaging with life. And tomorrow, when you wake, you don't owe anything extra because you rested tonight. You're not obligated to work harder, accomplish more, prove anything about whether you deserved rest. You just wake up restored, more capable, more present, more able to engage effectively rather than just surviving on depletion. That's what rest does. It doesn't create debt. It creates capacity. It doesn't increase what you owe. It restores your ability to show up as yourself. Rest does not increase what you owe. Let this be true tonight. Let yourself rest without calculating what you'll owe tomorrow. Let yourself restore without feeling obligated to repay this restoration with extra effort. Just rest. Just restore. Just let your body and mind do what they need to do. Without debt, without obligation, without increasing what you owe. Because you don't owe anything for resting. You never did. Rest is not a loan. It's a necessity. And necessities don't create debt. They just keep you functional. Rest does not increase what you owe. So rest tonight without guilt. Without feeling like tomorrow you'll need to work twice as hard to make up for having rested. Tomorrow you'll just be rested. More capable, more present, more yourself. And that's not something you'll owe anything for. That's just what rest does. It restores. It doesn't create debt. It creates capacity. Rest does not increase what you owe. Remember that. Believe that. Let that finally allow you to rest without the burden of imaginary debt. You're not borrowing from tomorrow by resting tonight. You're investing in tomorrow. You're ensuring you'll actually be capable tomorrow rather than running on empty and barely functioning. Rest does not increase what you owe. And tonight, you can finally rest knowing that, free of debt, free of obligation, free to simply restore yourself without needing to repay anything. Just rest. That's all. Just rest. Without owing, without debt, without anything except simple, necessary restoration. Rest does not increase what you owe. So rest now, freely, completely, without calculating what you'll owe tomorrow, because you won't owe anything. You'll just be rested, and that's exactly what you need. You've been lying here for how long now? Minutes, hours. However long it's been, part of your mind has been working on a problem. The problem of how you'll repay tonight, how you'll make up for this time, how you'll compensate for these hours when you're doing nothing, producing nothing, contributing nothing. Because in your mind, every moment has a cost. Every hour must be accounted for. Every period of not working is time you'll have to repay somehow, sometime, with extra effort. But nothing about tonight requires repayment. Not one moment, not 1 hour, not anything that happens or doesn't happen while you're lying here trying to rest. Tonight is not creating a debt. It's not a loan you're taking from your future. It's not time you're borrowing that you'll have to pay back with interest. Tonight is just tonight. These hours are just hours. This rest is just rest, and none of it requires repayment. But you don't believe this, because you've been taught to think of time as something you must earn, something you must justify, something you must account for with sufficient productivity. You've been taught that unproductive time is wasted time, that hours when you're not accomplishing something are hours you're stealing from someone, from your employer, from your family, from yourself, from the universe that gave you this time. And if you're stealing time, you'll have to repay it. You'll have to make up for it. You'll have to prove you deserved it, even though you did nothing with it. Nothing about tonight requires repayment. These hours you're spending lying here, they're not borrowed time. They're your time, your life, your hours to spend however your body and mind need them spent. And right now, your body needs rest. Your mind needs quiet. Your nervous system needs to settle. These are legitimate needs, essential needs, and meeting them doesn't create a debt you'll have to repay. Think about how exhausting this mindset is. You can never truly rest because you're always calculating the repayment. You can never fully let go because you're already planning how you'll make up for this time. You rest, but you're not resting. You're just lying down while your mind works overtime figuring out how you'll compensate for having rested, planning tomorrow's extra effort, calculating how much harder you'll need to work to justify having taken this time. Nothing about tonight requires repayment. You don't owe anyone anything for resting tonight. You don't owe extra work tomorrow. You don't owe additional productivity next week. You don't owe proof that you deserved this rest. Tonight is not a transaction. It's not you taking something that must be given back. It's not a loan with terms and conditions and interest rates. Tonight is just you being alive, being human, being a biological organism that requires rest to function. And that's not something you repay. That's just something that is. You don't repay sleep. You don't repay breathing. You don't repay eating. These are just requirements of being alive. Things your body needs. Things that don't create obligation beyond themselves. Nothing about tonight requires repayment. When you wake up tomorrow, you don't owe the universe extra hours of work because you slept tonight. You don't owe your employer bonus productivity because you rested. You don't owe anyone anything except to show up as yourself, rested and capable rather than depleted and barely functional. But you've created a complex system of imaginary debts. Every time you rest, you add to the ledger. Every time you take time for yourself, you increase what you owe. Every time you do nothing, you create obligation to do extra later. This system exists only in your mind. No one else is keeping track of this. No one else is calculating what you owe for having rested. No one else expects repayment for tonight. You're the only one maintaining this ledger, and you're the only one who can close it. You can choose to recognize that tonight doesn't create debt, that rest doesn't require repayment, that time spent restoring yourself is not time you'll have to make up for later. Nothing about tonight requires repayment. This is true whether you rest well tonight or struggle to sleep, whether you fall asleep easily or lie awake for hours, whether you sleep straight through or wake multiple times. However tonight unfolds, you won't owe anything for it tomorrow. You won't need to make up for it. You won't need to prove you deserved it. You won't need to repay it with extra effort. Tomorrow will be tomorrow. You'll wake up hopefully more rested than you are now. You'll engage with the day. You'll do what needs doing, but not as repayment for tonight, just as living, just as showing up for another day. Nothing about tonight requires repayment, and accepting this, truly accepting it, is essential to being able to rest. Because as long as you believe tonight is creating debt, you can't really rest. Part of you is always calculating, always planning the repayment, always preparing to compensate for having taken this time. But what if there's nothing to compensate for? What if tonight is just tonight? What if rest is just rest? What if you're allowed to simply be here, restoring yourself without owing anything to anyone? Nothing about tonight requires repayment. You can rest without guilt. You can restore without obligation. You can spend these hours doing nothing without creating a debt you'll have to work off tomorrow. You can just be here. Just breathe. Just rest. Just exist without constantly calculating what you'll owe for existing. Because you don't owe anything. Not for tonight. Not for resting. Not for being human and needing sleep. Not for taking time to restore yourself instead of pushing through until you break. Nothing about tonight requires repayment. Let this sink in. Let it be true. Let it finally release you from the exhausting work of calculating debts that don't exist. Tonight is free. Not free as in you earned it. Free as in it doesn't create obligation. Free as in you can rest without owing anything to anyone. Nothing about tonight requires repayment. So rest now, fully, completely, without planning tomorrow's compensatory effort, without calculating how you'll make up for this time, without preparing to prove you deserved rest. Just rest, because nothing about tonight requires repayment. Not to anyone, not to anything, not ever. Tonight is just tonight. Rest is just rest. And none of it creates debt. None of it requires repayment. None of it obligates you to anything except allowing yourself to be restored. Nothing about tonight requires repayment. And that's the truth that can finally let you rest. When the sun goes down and darkness settles, something shifts in how you think about time. Daytime has clear purpose, clear structure, clear expectations about what you should be doing, contributing, accomplishing. But nighttime feels ambiguous, unstructured, like hours that could be used for something if you were disciplined enough, motivated enough, committed enough. And so, you lie here thinking about what you could be contributing, what you should be contributing, what you're failing to contribute by lying here doing nothing. But the night is not a time for contribution. It's not a time for producing, accomplishing, achieving, or proving your worth through output. The night is for rest. That's its purpose. That's its function. That's what these dark hours are for. Not contribution, restoration. But you resist this, because contribution has become how you measure your worth, how you justify your existence, how you prove you deserve your place here. And if nighttime doesn't require contribution, what are you supposed to do with these hours? Just rest. Just exist without producing. Just be without contributing anything. Yes, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Because the night is not a time for contribution. Think about how nature works. When darkness comes, most creatures rest. They don't keep hunting, foraging, building, producing through the night. They find safe places and rest, because that's what darkness is for. That's what night means. Time to stop, time to restore, time to let the day's efforts settle and integrate. Human civilization has disrupted this natural rhythm with artificial light, with 24-hour schedules, with the illusion that all hours are equally appropriate for productivity. But your biology hasn't changed. Your body still needs the natural rhythm of activity and rest, of daytime contribution and nighttime restoration. The night is not a time for contribution. This isn't laziness. This isn't wasting time. This isn't failing to make the most of every moment. This is honoring the natural rhythm that makes sustained contribution possible. You cannot contribute effectively if you never rest. You cannot produce quality work if you're trying to produce at all hours. You cannot give meaningfully if you never stop giving to restore your capacity to give. The night is not a time for contribution, because trying to contribute at all hours leads to burnout. Not sustained impact leads to exhaustion. Not meaningful work leads to depletion. Not genuine contribution. But you feel guilty for not contributing at night. You lie here thinking about what you could be doing, what you should be working on, what problems you could be solving if you just weren't resting, if you just weren't wasting these hours doing nothing. The night is not a time for contribution. These hours are not being wasted. You're not failing by resting. You're not lazy for sleeping. You're not unproductive for doing nothing. You're being human. You're following the natural rhythm that your body needs. You're allowing the restoration that makes daytime contribution possible. Think about what your contributions would look like if you never rested. If you tried to contribute equally through all 24 hours, if you treated nighttime as just another opportunity for productivity, your contributions would suffer. Your work would decline in quality. Your relationships would become mechanical. Your impact would diminish. Because contribution without restoration is not sustainable. It's not effective. It's not actually serving anyone well. The night is not a time for contribution, because nighttime is when you restore the capacity to contribute well during appropriate hours. When you rest, so you can be present. When you sleep, so you can think clearly. When you do nothing, so you can do something meaningful later. You've been treating every hour as potential contribution time, as an opportunity to prove your worth, demonstrate your value, justify your existence through output. But this is exhausting you. This is depleting you. This is making your actual contributions during appropriate hours less effective because you're always running on empty, always pushing past capacity, always trying to contribute without ever fully restoring. The night is not a time for contribution. It's a time to stop contributing, to stop producing, to stop trying to prove your worth through output, to stop everything except resting. And this is hard for you, because you've measured your worth by contribution for so long that non-contributing hours feel like failure, like wasted potential, like time you should be ashamed of. But the night is not a time for contribution, and there's no shame in that. There's no failure in resting. There's no wasted potential in following the natural rhythm of activity and restoration. You contribute during the day. That's when contribution is appropriate. That's when your energy is available. That's when your mind is clear enough to contribute meaningfully. At night, you rest. Not because you're lazy, not because you're unambitious, not because you're failing to maximize every moment, but because rest is what nighttime is for. Rest is what makes daytime contribution possible. Rest is what sustains your capacity to contribute over time. The night is not a time for contribution. Let this be permission. Permission to stop trying. Permission to stop producing. Permission to stop feeling guilty for doing exactly what nighttime is designed for. You're not failing by resting tonight. You're not wasting these hours. You're not being unproductive in any way that should cause shame or guilt. You're being human, following natural rhythms, allowing restoration, making future contribution possible by not trying to contribute right now. The night is not a time for contribution. It's a time for rest, for darkness, for quiet, for letting your body and mind do what they need to do without your conscious effort to produce anything. You've contributed today. However much or little you accomplished, you've contributed what you could during appropriate hours. Now it's time to stop contributing. Time to rest. Time to restore. The night is not a time for contribution, and that's not something to feel guilty about. That's just how it works. That's the natural rhythm. That's what allows sustained contribution over time. So rest tonight without feeling like you should be contributing, without feeling like these hours are wasted if you're not producing something, without feeling like nighttime is just daytime with worse lighting where you're still supposed to be maximizing productivity. The night is not a time for contribution. The night is for rest. And rest is what you're supposed to be doing right now. Not contributing, not producing, not accomplishing, just resting, just existing, just being human in the way humans are designed to be at night. The night is not a time for contribution. Remember that. Accept that. Let that finally give you permission to rest without guilt. You've contributed enough today. Now it's time to rest. Time to stop contributing. Time to honor the natural rhythm that makes all contribution possible. The night is not a time for contribution. It's time for rest. And tonight, finally, that's exactly what you're allowed to do. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here in the dark, stop and really think about this. Who is actually waiting for something from you? Who is sitting somewhere, watching the clock, expecting you to deliver something tonight? No one. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. But you don't believe this, do you? Because your mind is telling you a different story. Your mind is creating an audience of people who need you, who expect things from you, who are counting on you to be thinking about them, planning for them, worrying about them. Your mind has convinced you that even lying here, even trying to rest, you're somehow letting people down. That somewhere, someone is waiting. Someone needs you to figure something out before morning. Someone expects you to have answers ready, solutions prepared, responses crafted. But it's not true. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. The people in your life, your family, your friends, your colleagues, the people who depend on you during the day, they're not waiting right now. They're sleeping. They're living their own lives. They're dealing with their own thoughts and their own nights and their own need for rest. They're not sitting there thinking, I wonder what she's doing right now. I hope she's working on that thing I need. I'm waiting for her to figure this out before tomorrow. That's not happening. That's your mind creating pressure that doesn't exist. Creating expectations that aren't real. Creating an urgency that has no basis in actual reality. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. And this is important to understand, because the feeling that people are waiting, that's what's keeping you awake. That's what's making rest feel impossible. That's what's convincing you that you can't let go, can't stop thinking, can't just be here without working on everyone else's needs. Think about the last time someone actually told you they were waiting for something from you. Not implied, not hinted, actually said, I need this from you tonight. I'm waiting for you to deliver this before morning. When was the last time that actually happened? Probably never, or so rarely that you can't even remember when. Because most of the waiting you feel, most of the pressure, most of the expectation, it exists only in your mind. You've created an audience of people who need things from you, and you've convinced yourself they're all waiting, watching, expecting, but they're not. They've moved on with their evenings. They've shifted their attention to other things. They've released their expectations until tomorrow, when they'll actually need you again. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. Not your children, if you have them. They're asleep, or should be, not lying awake hoping you're planning tomorrow's activities perfectly. Not your partner. They're not waiting for you to solve relationship issues at midnight. Not your boss. They're not sitting by the phone expecting you to send that email at 2 in the morning. Not your friends. They're not checking their phones every 5 minutes wondering why you haven't responded to that text from 3 days ago. Not your parents. They're not lying awake hoping you're thinking about them. planning your next visit, organizing the perfect way to show you care. No one is waiting. But you've trained yourself to feel like everyone is always waiting. Like every moment of your life, someone somewhere needs something from you, and you're failing them by not providing it immediately. This is exhausting. This constant sense that people are waiting creates a pressure that never releases. Because if people are always waiting, then you're always behind, always owing, always responsible for meeting expectations that you can't quite identify but can definitely feel. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. Let that sink in. Really, let it be true for this moment. Your responsibilities will return tomorrow. The people who depend on you will make their needs known during waking hours. The expectations will show up when they're actually relevant, when you're actually able to do something about them. But right now, there's nothing. No one waiting, no one expecting, no one counting on you to be awake, alert, thinking, planning, solving. You're allowed to be unavailable right now. You're allowed to be someone who is resting rather than someone who is always on call, always ready, always prepared to meet needs that might exist somewhere in someone's mind. Think about how different this moment would feel if you truly believed no one was waiting for anything from you. If you released the sense of an invisible audience expecting things, needing things, counting on you to deliver, you could actually rest. You could actually let go. You could actually be here in this bed without feeling like you're shirking some unspoken responsibility. Because the responsibility isn't real. The waiting isn't real. The expectations aren't real. They're all created by a mind that's been trained to believe you must always be in service, always be available, always be meeting needs, even when no one is actually asking you to meet them. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. The work you didn't finish today will still be there tomorrow. The conversation you need to have will still be possible in the morning. The decision you need to make doesn't require an answer before sunrise. Everything can wait. And the people in your life, they're not even thinking about waiting. They've released their expectations for the night. They've moved into their own rest, their own lives, their own concerns that have nothing to do with what you owe them. You're the only one keeping vigil. You're the only one maintaining this constant sense that someone, somewhere, is waiting for something you haven't delivered yet. But no one is. No one is waiting. No one is expecting anything from you right now except possibly that you get some rest so you can actually be present for them tomorrow. That's what they'd want if they were thinking about you at all right now. Not that you stay awake worrying about meeting their needs. Not that you lie here planning how to be better, do more, give more tomorrow. They'd want you to sleep, to rest, to restore yourself so that when tomorrow comes and you do interact with them, you're actually there, actually present, actually capable of engaging rather than running on fumes. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. This is permission. This is freedom. This is the truth that can finally let you rest. You don't have to be on. You don't have to be planning. You don't have to be preparing or solving or thinking through how to meet expectations that don't even exist right now. You can just be here, in this bed, in this darkness, in this moment where absolutely no one is waiting for anything from you. Let that be true, Let that be real. Let that finally give you permission to stop, to rest, to let go of the invisible audience you've been performing for. No one is waiting. No one is expecting. No one needs anything from you right now. You're completely, totally, genuinely free to rest. So rest. Without guilt, without pressure, without the sense that somewhere, someone is disappointed you're not working on their needs right now. Because no one is disappointed. No one is thinking about you that way. No one is waiting. You're free, right now, in this moment. Free from expectation, free from obligation, free to simply rest. No one is waiting for anything from you right now. And that's not something to feel guilty about. That's something to feel relieved about. You can rest, finally, completely, without anyone waiting for anything. Just rest. In some professions, being on call is real. Doctors carry pagers. Emergency workers stay ready. First responders remain available because lives might depend on their immediate action. But you, whatever your profession, whatever your responsibilities, you are not actually on call tonight. Yet you're living as if you are. As if any moment, an emergency might arise that requires your immediate response. As if you need to stay alert, stay ready, stay prepared to jump into action. But you don't. You are not on call tonight. No one has asked you to stay vigilant. No one has told you to remain ready. No one has said, "We might need you at any moment, so don't fully rest. Don't completely let go. Don't really sleep, because we might call on you." That's not happening. But you've made yourself perpetually on call anyway. You've designated yourself as the person who must always be ready, always be available, always be prepared to respond to needs that might arise. And this state of constant readiness is exhausting you, because being on call means you never fully rest. You never completely let go. You never really release yourself from responsibility, because at any moment you might be needed. But you are not on call tonight. Not really. Not actually. You've just convinced yourself you are, because somewhere along the way you learned that being responsible means being constantly available. Think about what being on call actually means. It means maintaining a heightened state of alertness. It means keeping part of your attention focused outward, listening for the call that might come. It means never fully settling into rest, because you need to be able to snap back to full functionality at a moment's notice. That's appropriate when you're actually on call, when you're being paid to be available, when someone has explicitly asked you to remain ready, when there's a genuine need for immediate response capacity. But is that your situation tonight? Has anyone actually asked you to stay ready? Has anyone actually said they might need you? Has anyone actually put you on call? Or have you just assumed that's your role? That being a parent means being on call every night. That being a partner means being constantly available. That being a friend means being ready to respond at any hour. That being a good employee means being mentally prepared to work even when you're supposedly off the clock. You are not on call tonight. You can turn off the part of you that's listening for emergencies that won't come. You can release the readiness that's keeping you tense. You can let go of the vigilance that's preventing rest. Because here's the truth: if there's a real emergency tonight, you'll know, you'll wake up, someone will actually call you, actually need you, actually make their need known in a way that's impossible to miss. but lying here trying to preemptively stay ready for emergencies that might never come. That's not protecting anyone. That's not being responsible. That's just exhausting yourself for no reason. You are not on call tonight. And even if you were, even if you're someone who sometimes is genuinely on call, you'd still be allowed to rest until you're actually called. That's how being on call works. You rest, and when you're needed, you respond. You don't lie there awake all night just in case. But you do lie there awake, don't you? Because you've made yourself on call for everything. On call for your children's potential needs. On call for your partner's possible concerns. On call for your own anxieties about tomorrow. On call for problems that haven't happened yet but might. On call for everything and everyone, all the time. And this is unsustainable. No one can maintain that level of readiness indefinitely. No one can stay in that heightened state without eventually collapsing from exhaustion. You are not on call tonight. Your children don't need you to stay awake monitoring their breathing. They're fine. They're sleeping. If they need you, they'll call for you and you'll hear them. You don't need to maintain conscious vigilance all night. Your partner doesn't need you to stay mentally available all evening. They're not waiting for you to suddenly solve relationship issues at midnight. If they need to talk, they'll talk to you tomorrow. You don't need to keep part of your mind focused on them when you should be resting. Your work doesn't need you to remain mentally engaged all night. There's no work emergency that can't wait until morning. You don't need to keep rehearsing tomorrow's meetings or solving problems that aren't even yours to solve right now. You are not on call tonight. You're allowed to sign off, to clock out, to become genuinely unavailable for the next several hours. This doesn't make you irresponsible. This doesn't make you uncaring. This doesn't make you a bad parent or partner or employee or friend. This makes you a human being who understands that constant availability is not sustainable, that perpetual readiness is not healthy, that being always on call is a recipe for burnout, not effectiveness. You are not on call tonight, and here's what that means. Practically, you can stop listening for problems. You can stop staying ready for emergencies. You can stop maintaining that vigilant, alert, prepared state that's keeping you from rest. You can actually turn off. Not partially off, not mostly off, but still a little bit listening. Actually off. Actually unavailable. Actually resting. Because if something genuinely needs you, if there's a real emergency, a real problem, a real need, it will reach you. You'll wake up, you'll respond. You're capable of that. Everyone is capable of that. But preemptively staying awake, staying ready, staying on call just in case. That's not helping anyone. That's not protecting anyone. That's just running yourself into the ground. You are not on call tonight. Let this be true. Let this be real. Let this be permission to actually rest instead of just lying there in a state of exhausted readiness. Turn off your internal pager. Silence. The alerts you've trained yourself to listen for. Release the vigilance that's become so habitual you've forgotten it's optional. You are not on call tonight. You're allowed to be fully, completely, genuinely off duty. Your responsibilities will return tomorrow. The people who depend on you will make their needs known during appropriate hours. The emergencies that require your attention will make themselves impossible to ignore. But tonight, there's nothing. No one calling. No one needing. No emergencies requiring your immediate readiness. You are not on call tonight. So stop acting like you are. Stop maintaining that heightened state. Stop keeping yourself tense and alert and ready. Just rest. Actually rest. The way people who aren't on call get to rest. Fully, completely, without listening for anything. Because you are not on call tonight. You never were. You just thought you had to be. But you don't. You can rest. Really rest. Finally rest. You are not on call tonight. And that's not something to feel guilty about. That's something to finally allow yourself to experience. Complete unavailability. Total rest. Genuine release from responsibility. Not because nothing matters, but because tonight, you're off duty. You are not on call tonight. Remember that. Believe that. Let that finally give you permission to actually sleep. There's a fear that keeps you working even when you're exhausted. A fear that keeps you thinking even when you need rest. A fear that keeps you vigilant even when there's nothing to be vigilant about. The fear that if you stop, if you rest, if you do nothing, something will be taken from you. Some opportunity will slip away. Some relationship will deteriorate. Some position will be lost. Some standing will diminish. But nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing. Not tonight. Not because you rested for a few hours. Not because you finally let yourself stop. This fear is powerful because it feels so reasonable. After all, we live in a competitive world, a world where opportunities do pass people by, where relationships do require maintenance, where positions aren't guaranteed, where standing must be earned and kept. So the fear whispers, if you rest, you'll fall behind. If you stop, you'll lose ground. If you do nothing, everything you've worked for will slip away. But that's not true. Not in the way your exhausted mind believes it. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing tonight. Your job won't disappear because you slept instead of working late. Your relationships won't crumble because you rested instead of responding to every message immediately. Your opportunities won't vanish because you took a few hours to restore yourself. But you live as if they will. You live in constant fear that any pause, any rest, any moment of doing nothing will result in loss, in things being taken from you, in your life getting worse because you weren't vigilant enough, working enough, doing enough every single moment. This fear keeps you in perpetual motion, perpetual activity, perpetual doing, because stopping feels dangerous, rest feels risky. Doing nothing feels like you're opening the door for everything to be taken away. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing. Let's examine this fear piece by piece. Your work. Will your job be taken from you because you slept tonight instead of working late? No. Your employment doesn't depend on you working every waking hour. It depends on you being effective during work hours. And effectiveness requires rest. Your job is more at risk from burnout than from sleeping. Your relationships? Will people leave you because you didn't respond to texts immediately? Because you took a night to rest instead of being constantly available? Real relationships, the ones worth having, they don't evaporate because you took time to restore yourself. They understand that rest is necessary. They don't require constant performance. Your opportunities. Will chances pass you by because you rested tonight? Real opportunities, the ones meant for you. They don't disappear in the 8 hours you spent sleeping. They don't require you to be vigilant every single moment. They wait. They return. They show up when you're actually capable of seizing them. You're standing. Will your position in the world diminish because you did nothing tonight? No, your worth isn't measured in constant activity. Your value doesn't decrease when you rest. Your standing in the world isn't determined by whether you worked tonight or slept tonight. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing. But this fear, this deep, persistent fear that rest equals loss, it's been driving you for so long, you've forgotten how to question it. Think about all the nights you've already rested in your life. Hundreds of them, thousands of them. Every single night of your life before this one, you eventually stopped. You eventually slept. You eventually did nothing for several hours. And what was taken from you? What did you lose on all those nights when you rested instead of staying vigilant? Nothing. You lost nothing. Everything you needed to keep. You kept. Everything that was meant for you. It stayed. Everything important. It remained. Because rest doesn't cause loss. Exhaustion causes loss. Burnout causes loss. Running yourself into the ground causes loss. Rest doesn't take things from you. It gives you the capacity to actually hold on to what matters, to show up for what's important, to engage with what you value instead of just anxiously trying to protect it. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing tonight. This is hard to believe because you've been taught that constant vigilance is necessary, that constant activity is required, that doing nothing is dangerous. But what if the opposite is true? What if doing nothing real rest? Real restoration is what actually protects what you have, because it gives you the energy to maintain relationships, the clarity to recognize real opportunities, the capacity to do your job well, the presence to actually live your life instead of just anxiously trying to prevent loss. You've been trying to protect everything through constant activity, through never stopping, through doing, until you're completely depleted. But you can't protect anything when you're this exhausted. You can't maintain relationships when you're too tired to be present. You can't seize opportunities when you're too depleted to think clearly. You can't do your job well when you're running on empty. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing tonight. But plenty could be lost if you keep refusing to rest. Your health, your clarity, your energy, your ability to actually show up for what matters. Rest isn't the risk. Refusing to rest is the risk. Doing nothing tonight isn't what threatens what you have. Constant doing without restoration, that's the real threat. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing. Not your job, not your relationships, not your opportunities, not your worth, not your place in the world, not anything that's genuinely yours. What's yours will remain yours whether you rest tonight or not. What's meant for you will still be there tomorrow. What matters won't disappear just because you closed your eyes for a few hours. The only thing that might be taken from you if you do nothing tonight is exhaustion. That might finally release its grip. The fear might finally quiet down. The anxiety about loss might finally ease. And that's not something being taken. That's something being released. Something you've been trying to let go of but couldn't because you were too busy doing to ever just be. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing tonight. This is truth. This is reality. This is what you can trust, even when fear is screaming otherwise. Your job will still be your job tomorrow. Your relationships will still be your relationships. Your opportunities will still be available. Your life will still be your life. Nothing changes except that you'll be rested, more capable, more clear, more present, more able to actually engage with what you've been trying so desperately to protect. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing. So do nothing. Rest. Stop. Let go of the constant activity that's supposedly protecting you, but is actually just exhausting you. Trust that what's yours will remain yours, that what matters will still matter, that what's important won't disappear just because you finally let yourself rest. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing tonight. And that's not a risk you're taking. That's a truth you're finally accepting. Rest doesn't equal loss. Rest equals restoration. And restoration is what actually protects everything you care about. So rest. Do nothing. Let everything remain exactly where it is while you finally stop trying to hold it all through constant activity. Nothing will be taken from you if you do nothing. Trust that. Believe that. Let that finally give you permission to rest. You care deeply about the people in your life, about your work, about your responsibilities, about doing things well and showing up for what matters. And somewhere along the way, you learned that care must be demonstrated through constant action, that loving someone means constantly doing things for them, that being responsible means constantly working, that showing you care requires constant proof. But care does not require constant action. It really doesn't. And believing that it does is exhausting you for no reason. Think about the people you love most. Do you measure their care for you by their constant activity? Do you judge whether they love you based on whether they're thinking about you, doing things for you, proving their care every single moment? You know, they care even when they're not actively demonstrating it, even when they're sleeping, even when they're focused on something else, even when they're resting and not thinking about you at all. Their care exists whether they're actively expressing it or not. It doesn't disappear when they rest. It doesn't diminish when they do nothing. It just is. Constant, steady, real, even in the absence of constant action. And the same is true for your care, for the people you love, the work you value, the responsibilities you hold. Your care for all of it doesn't require constant demonstration. It doesn't cease to exist when you rest. It doesn't need to be proven every single moment through activity. You can care and rest. You can love and do nothing. You can be responsible and still stop for the night. These aren't contradictions. They're compatible. They're necessary together. But you've been taught otherwise. You've been taught that care equals doing, that love equals action, that responsibility equals constant activity, that the moment you stop doing, you stop caring. And so you never stop. You keep doing, proving your care through constant activity, demonstrating your love through perpetual action, showing your responsibility through never resting. But this is destroying you. Because care that requires constant action isn't sustainable. Love that requires constant demonstration leads to exhaustion. Responsibility that requires constant activity results in burnout. Care does not require constant action. It requires presence when presence is needed, action when action is appropriate, engagement when engagement matters, but also rest, also doing nothing. Also, allowing care to exist quietly, without constant proof. Think about a parent with a sleeping child. Does the parent stop caring when the child is asleep? Does their love cease when they're not actively doing something for the child? Does their responsibility end when they step away to rest? No, the care remains constant, real, powerful, even when nothing is being done, even when the parent is sleeping too, even when there's no action, no demonstration, no visible proof of caring. The care just is, and that's enough. The child knows they're cared for, not because the parent is constantly hovering, constantly acting, constantly proving, but because the care is foundational, present, real, whether actively demonstrated or quietly existing. Your care works the same way. For the people in your life, for your work, for your responsibilities. Your care is real, whether you're actively demonstrating it right now or resting. The people you love don't need you to be constantly doing things to know you care. They know, they feel it, they trust it, and they probably want you to rest because they care about you too. Your work doesn't need you to be constantly active to be valuable. Your worth isn't measured in hours of constant activity. Your contribution doesn't disappear during the hours you spend sleeping. Your responsibilities don't evaporate when you rest. They wait. They're there when you return. They don't interpret rest as abandonment or lack of care. They're just responsibilities, and they'll still be there tomorrow when you're actually capable of addressing them effectively. Care does not require constant action. It requires sustainable action. Action that comes from a place of rest and restoration, rather than exhaustion and depletion. Think about what you're actually capable of when you're exhausted versus when you're rested. When you're depleted, what kind of care can you actually offer? What quality of presence? What depth of engagement? Not much. When you're running on empty, even your caring becomes hollow, goes through the motions, lacks the genuine presence that makes care meaningful. But when you're rested, when you've allowed yourself to stop, to restore, to do nothing for a while, then your care can be real, full, present, effective. Care does not require constant action. It requires sufficient rest to make action meaningful when action is needed. You care. That's clear. That's obvious. That's not in question. But your constant activity isn't proving your care. It's just depleting your capacity to care effectively. Tonight, you can rest knowing that your care doesn't disappear when you do nothing. The people you love will still feel loved tomorrow. Your responsibilities will still be addressed. Your work will still have value. Your presence will still matter. None of that requires you to be constantly active. None of that demands perpetual demonstration. None of that needs you to prove through constant action that you care. Your care is real. It's foundational. It exists whether you're actively expressing it or quietly resting. And the people who matter, they know this. They understand this. They want you to understand this too. Care does not require constant action. It requires presence when it matters. And right now, what matters is that you rest. So rest, without guilt, without feeling like you're abandoning your care, without believing that doing nothing means caring less. Your care remains constant, real, true, even while you sleep, even while you do nothing, even while you finally allow yourself to rest. Care does not require constant action. Remember that. Trust that. Let that finally give you permission to stop. You care. That's not in question. But tonight, your care can exist quietly while you rest. That's allowed. That's healthy. That's actually how care sustains itself over the long term. Through rest, through doing nothing sometimes, through trusting that care doesn't disappear when action stops. Care does not require constant action. And tonight, you can rest knowing your care remains real, constant, true, even while you do absolutely nothing. Right now, you're carrying multiple identities at once. Parent, partner, employee, friend, caregiver, problem solver, the responsible one, the reliable one, the person everyone calls when things need handling. These roles define so much of your life. They give you purpose. They connect you to others. They make you feel needed, valuable, important. But they're also heavy. Each role comes with expectations, with demands, with a constant sense that you need to be performing, fulfilling, living up to what each role requires. And you've been carrying all of them, all day, every day, for so long that you've forgotten something crucial. You can pause all roles without consequence, every single one of them. Tonight, right now, you don't have to be the parent right now. Your children are asleep, or they're adults living their own lives, or they're being cared for by someone else. Right now, in this moment, you don't need to be thinking about their needs, planning their tomorrow, worrying about their futures. You can just be you. Not you the parent, just you. The person underneath the role. The human being who existed before you became someone's parent and will still exist as more than just that role. You don't have to be the partner right now. Your relationship doesn't require your constant attention. Your spouse or partner is fine. They're managing their own evening, their own thoughts, their own rest. They don't need you to be actively partnering right now. You can pause that role. You can stop thinking about what the relationship needs. Stop planning how to be better, do better, communicate better. Stop managing the emotional labor of partnership for just these few hours. You don't have to be the employee right now. Your job exists during work hours. It doesn't own your nighttime. It doesn't require you to carry work stress into bed. Your professional identity can be set aside completely until tomorrow morning. You can stop being the competent professional. Stop thinking about projects. Stop worrying about performance. Stop rehearsing tomorrow's meetings. Your career will survive you taking a few hours to not be an employee. You don't have to be the friend right now. Your friendships don't require constant maintenance. The people who care about you aren't sitting around expecting you to be actively friendshipping at midnight. They're living their own lives, and they'd want you to rest. You can pause that role. You can stop thinking about who you need to reach out to. Stop worrying about whether you've been a good enough friend lately. Stop carrying the weight of maintaining connections right now. You don't have to be the problem solver right now. You're not the person who fixes everything for everyone right now. The problems will still be there tomorrow. The people who usually rely on your solutions can wait until morning. You can stop being the one with answers. Stop thinking about how to fix things. Stop carrying other people's problems as your own. Stop being the reliable one who always figures it out. You can pause all roles without consequence. This is one of the most important truths you need to understand tonight. These roles, they're not actually you. They're parts you play. Important parts. meaningful parts, but still just parts. Underneath all the roles, there's just you, the person, the human being, the consciousness that exists independent of all these identities you've taken on. And that person that you underneath all the roles needs rest, needs space, needs time to exist without performing, without fulfilling, without being anything other than simply alive. But you're afraid to pause the roles, because what if pausing has consequences? What if stepping away from these identities, even briefly, causes something to fall apart? What if your children suffer because you stopped being actively parent-like for a few hours? What if your relationship deteriorates because you paused partner mode? What if your job security decreases because you weren't thinking about work during your personal time? What if friendships fade because you took a night off from maintaining them? These fears feel real. They feel valid. They feel like legitimate reasons to never fully pause, never fully rest, never fully step out of all your roles simultaneously. But they're not real. You can pause all roles without consequence. The consequences you fear, they don't actually happen when you rest. Your children will be fine. Parents have been resting at night since the beginning of parenting. Children survive. They thrive. Actually, when their parents are rested enough to be truly present during waking hours rather than exhausted and depleted all the time. Your relationship will be fine. Partnerships survive. Partners taking time to restore themselves. In fact, relationships improve when people aren't trying to be good partners 24/7, but instead rest enough to bring genuine presence and energy to the relationship. Your job will be fine. Employees who rest are more productive, more creative, more effective than employees who never mentally clock out. Your career benefits from you pausing the employee role regularly, not suffers from it. Your friendships will be fine. Real friends understand that you need rest. They don't require constant attention. They don't measure your friendship by whether you're thinking about them every moment. They value the quality of connection when you do engage, which requires you to rest in between. The problems you solve will still be there tomorrow, and you'll solve them better, faster, more effectively when you're rested than you ever could while depleted and trying to force solutions at midnight. You can pause all roles without consequence. The only consequence of pausing is that you get to rest. You get to restore. You get to remember that you exist beyond these roles, that you're a person, not just a collection of functions you perform for others. This is liberating. This is necessary. This is what makes sustained role fulfillment possible over the long term. You can't keep performing all your roles constantly without ever pausing. That leads to burnout, to resentment, to feeling like you've disappeared into the roles and can't remember who you are underneath them. But when you pause regularly, when you give yourself permission to step out of all the roles simultaneously and just be a person who needs rest, then you can return to the roles refreshed, actually capable of fulfilling them well, rather than just going through exhausted motions. You can pause all roles without consequence. Tonight, you don't have to be anything except a tired human being who needs sleep. You don't have to perform any role. You don't have to fulfill any identity. You don't have to be anyone's anything. You can just be, just exist, just rest, without roles, without responsibilities, without the weight of all these identities you carry. The roles will be there tomorrow. You can pick them back up. You can step back into them. You can resume being parent, partner, employee, friend, problem solver. They'll all be waiting, unchanged, ready for you to engage with them again. But tonight, set them down, all of them, every single role, every identity, every expectation that comes with these parts you play. Just be you, the person underneath, the human being who needs rest more than needs to perform any role right now. You can pause all roles without consequence. This is permission. This is freedom. This is what finally allows you to rest completely instead of carrying all these identities into bed with you. Parent can pause. Partner can pause. Employee can pause. Friend can pause. Problem solver can pause. All of them, simultaneously, without anything falling apart, without anyone suffering, without consequences you need to fear. Just pause. Just rest. Just be a person for a few hours. That's all. That's enough. That's what you need right now. You can pause all roles without consequence. So pause them, all of them, right now. And finally rest. There's a belief you've been carrying that feels almost too essential to question. The belief that your constant effort is what keeps things moving, that the world you inhabit, your family, your work, your relationships, your life requires your continuous input to keep functioning. That if you stop, everything stops. If you rest, everything falls apart. If you withdraw your effort, the machinery of your life will grind to a halt. But the world continues without your effort. It really does. And understanding this, truly accepting this, might be the most liberating truth you learn tonight. Right now, while you lie here, the world is continuing. Not just the big world, the planet spinning, time passing, billions of lives unfolding independently of yours, but your world, your specific corner of existence. It's continuing without requiring your effort. Your family is continuing. If you have children, they're growing right now, cells dividing, bodies developing, learning happening in their sleep. All of this continuing without you doing anything, without you trying, without you making it happen through effort. Your partner, if you have one, is continuing to be themselves, living, breathing, thinking their own thoughts, feeling their own feelings, existing as a complete person who continues being that person whether you're actively partnering or resting. Your work is continuing. The business operates. Projects move forward. Other people handle things. Systems keep running. The organization functions whether you're there or not, whether you're thinking about it or not. Your friendships are continuing. Your friends are living their lives, having their own experiences, growing and changing and being themselves. The friendship exists in a space between you. It doesn't require your constant effort to remain real. The world continues without your effort. This might sound disappointing at first, like you don't matter, like your contribution is insignificant, like you're not as essential as you thought. But it's actually the opposite. It's freedom. It's relief. It's the recognition that you've been carrying a burden you never needed to carry, the burden of believing that everything depends entirely on you. You matter. Your contribution is real. Your presence makes a difference. But the world doesn't stop when you stop. Life doesn't pause when you pause. Everything doesn't wait for your effort to continue existing. Think about all the times you've been sick, really sick, So sick you couldn't do anything except rest. What happened to the world during those times? Did it stop? Did everything fall apart? Did your temporary absence cause permanent damage? No. The world continued. People adapted. Others stepped in. Systems kept functioning. And when you recovered, life was still there, still moving, ready for you to rejoin it. The world continues without your effort. It always has. It's continuing right now. And this isn't a problem. It's a feature. It's how existence works. It's what makes rest possible. If the world truly required your constant effort to continue, you could never sleep. You could never rest. You could never stop, because stopping would mean ending everything. That would be unbearable. That would be impossible to sustain. But you can stop. You can rest. You can withdraw your effort completely for hours every single night. And the world continues. Your world, your life, everything that matters to you. It all continues while you rest. Your breath continues without your conscious effort most of the time. Your heart beats without you making it beat. Your body digests food without you directing the process. On the most fundamental level, your own existence continues without your constant effort. And the same is true for everything else. The world has its own momentum, its own systems, its own ways of continuing that don't depend entirely on your constant input. This doesn't mean you're not important. It means you're part of something larger than yourself. Part of systems and relationships and structures that have their own existence, their own continuation, independent of your moment-to-moment effort. The world continues without your effort. Your children will grow whether you're actively parenting every moment or resting. They have their own developmental processes, their own internal drives toward growth. You guide them. Yes, you influence them. Absolutely. But their growth isn't entirely dependent on your constant effort. Your relationships will continue whether you're actively maintaining them every moment or resting. Real relationships have their own foundation, their own strength, their own capacity to exist through periods when you're not actively working on them. Your work will continue whether you're constantly thinking about it or resting. Businesses have redundancies. Projects have multiple contributors. Systems are designed to function without any single person's constant input. That's not your failure. That's good design. The world continues without your effort. And this is what makes it safe to rest. This is what makes it possible to let go. This is what means you don't have to carry everything all the time. You can rest, because the world will continue without you for a few hours. You can stop, because everything doesn't stop when you stop. You can withdraw your effort because life has its own momentum that doesn't entirely depend on you. This might feel uncomfortable, because if the world continues without your effort, what does that say about your importance? What does that mean about your value? It means you're part of something larger. It means you contribute to systems that are bigger than just your individual effort. It means your value isn't measured by how much you can carry alone, but by how you engage with the larger flow of life. You're important. Your effort matters. Your contribution makes a difference. But you're not the sole engine of everything. You're not personally responsible for making sure the entire world continues through your constant effort. The world continues without your effort. This is true. This is real. This is what allows you to rest tonight without guilt, without fear, without believing that stopping means everything falls apart. Let the world continue. Let it move. Let it function. Let it exist without your effort for these few hours while you finally rest. You don't need to hold it all together. You never did. The world was continuing long before you arrived, and it will continue long after you're gone. And during your life, it continues whether you're actively making effort or peacefully resting. The world continues without your effort. So rest. Let go. Allow everything to keep moving without you for a while. It will. It always has. It's continuing right now. And tomorrow, when you wake, it will still be there. Still your world. Still your life. Still continuing. Ready for you to rejoin it with renewed energy rather than depleted desperation. The world continues without your effort. Remember that. Trust that. Let that finally give you permission to rest, because you don't need to hold it all. You never did. The world continues on its own. And tonight, that's exactly what it will do while you finally sleep. There's a guilt that surfaces when you finally lie down, a quiet voice suggesting that by resting, by sleeping, by turning inward toward your own needs, you're somehow abandoning the people who depend on you. That sleep is selfish. That rest is neglect. That by closing your eyes and withdrawing from the world, you're failing everyone who needs you to stay alert, stay available, stay present. But you are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. You're really not. And this guilt, this deep, persistent guilt about taking care of your basic needs, it's destroying you for absolutely no reason. Abandonment is a powerful word. It means leaving someone behind who needs you, walking away from responsibility, disappearing when your presence matters, failing to show up for people who depend on you. Is that what you're doing when you sleep? Are you leaving anyone behind? Are you walking away from real, immediate needs? Are you disappearing when your presence actually matters right now? You're not. You're just being human. You're just doing what every human being must do to continue being capable of showing up for anything. You're just meeting a biological necessity that makes all other engagement possible. You are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. Your children, if you have them, are not abandoned when you rest. They're not left alone and helpless because you closed your eyes. They're either sleeping themselves, or they're being cared for, or they're adults who are fully capable of managing their own evenings. Your presence in their lives doesn't require you to be conscious 24 hours a day. Your parenting doesn't require you to never rest. Your love for them doesn't demand that you sacrifice basic biological needs to prove you care. They need you rested more than they need you awake, but depleted. They need you present and engaged when you're with them more than they need you constantly available, but exhausted. They need you to model healthy self-care more than they need you to model martyrdom. You are not abandoning your children by sleeping. You're taking care of yourself so you can actually take care of them effectively. Your partner is not abandoned when you rest. They don't need you to be constantly available. They don't need you to sacrifice sleep to prove your commitment. They don't need you awake and thinking about them to know that you love them. Real partnership includes allowing each other to rest. It includes understanding that people need sleep. It includes supporting each other's basic human needs, rather than treating them as betrayals of the relationship. You are not abandoning your partner by sleeping. You're honoring your own humanity so you can actually be present in the relationship when presence matters. Your aging parents, if they're part of your life, are not abandoned when you rest. You cannot be on call 24 hours a day without destroying yourself. You cannot sacrifice your own health and well-being to be constantly available without eventually becoming unable to help anyone. They need you sustainable more than they need you sacrificing. They need you capable of long-term support more than they need you burning yourself out trying to be constantly present. You are not abandoning your parents by sleeping. You're maintaining the capacity to actually be there for them over the long term. Your friends are not abandoned when you rest. Friendship doesn't require constant availability. It doesn't demand that you sacrifice sleep to maintain it. Real friends want you to take care of yourself. They want you rested. They want you well. You are not abandoning your friends by sleeping. You're being a whole person who has a friendship, not someone whose entire existence is about being available to others. The people at work are not abandoned when you rest. Your job exists during work hours. You are not employed 24 hours a day. Your contract, whether formal or informal, doesn't include sacrificing sleep to prove dedication. You are not abandoning your colleagues by sleeping. You're maintaining the mental and physical health that makes you actually effective at your job. You are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. This guilt you feel, it's not based on reality. It's based on a distorted sense of what you owe others. A belief that your worth is measured by constant availability. A fear that taking care of yourself means failing everyone else. But none of that is true. None of the people who genuinely care about you would want you to feel guilty for sleeping. None of them would characterize rest as abandonment. None of them would want you sacrificing your health and well-being to prove you care. The guilt is coming from inside you. From messages you've absorbed about what it means to be good, to be caring, to be responsible. Messages that say your needs come last, that rest is selfish, that sleep must be earned through sufficient sacrifice. But these messages are wrong, fundamentally, completely wrong. You are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. You're being human. You're meeting a basic need. You're taking care of yourself so you can actually show up for others in meaningful ways. Think about what abandonment actually looks like. It's leaving when someone genuinely needs you right now. It's disappearing during a crisis. It's walking away from real, immediate responsibility. Is that what's happening tonight? Is there a crisis you're walking away from? Is someone in genuine, immediate need that you're ignoring to sleep? Is there real responsibility that can't wait until morning? Almost certainly not. The guilt you feel isn't about real abandonment. It's about the belief that you should be constantly available, that your needs don't matter as much as everyone else's, that taking care of yourself is somehow failing others. But you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot take care of others effectively when you're depleted. You cannot show up for anyone if you've sacrificed your own basic needs to the point of breakdown. You are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. You're ensuring you'll actually be capable of being there for people when it matters. You're maintaining your capacity to care, to help, to show up, to be present. Sleep is not abandonment. Sleep is maintenance. Sleep is what makes sustained care possible. Sleep is how you ensure you'll still be capable of being there for people tomorrow, next week, next year. You are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. The people who love you want you to rest. The people who depend on you need you sustainable, not sacrificing. The people in your life would rather have you rested and present sometimes than depleted and barely functional all the time. So let go of the guilt. Let go of the belief that rest equals abandonment. Let go of the fear that sleeping means failing everyone who matters to you. You are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. You're being human. You're taking care of yourself. You're doing exactly what you need to do to remain capable of caring for others over the long term. Sleep tonight without guilt, without feeling like you're letting anyone down, without believing that rest is betrayal, because you are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. You're just resting, just restoring, just being a human being who needs sleep to function. And that's not abandonment. That's not selfish. That's not failing anyone. That's just being alive and taking care of that life, so you can continue being present for the people who matter, not tonight, when everyone is fine without you, but tomorrow, when you'll actually have the capacity to show up. You are not abandoning anyone by sleeping. You never were. Sleep is not abandonment. It's just rest. And rest is what makes everything else possible. You've been taught that responsibility is constant, unending, always present. A weight you carry from the moment you wake until the moment you finally collapse into sleep. And even then, somehow still carrying it through your dreams. But responsibility has a natural end each day. It really does. And recognizing this, accepting this, is essential to being able to rest without guilt. Responsibility is real. It matters. It's part of being an adult, being connected to others, being engaged with life. You have real responsibilities to people, to work, to commitments you've made. But responsibility is not infinite. It's not constant. It doesn't extend equally through every hour of every day. It has boundaries. It has limits. It has a natural rhythm that includes both engagement and release. Responsibility has a natural end each day. When work hours end, work responsibility ends. When your children go to sleep, active parenting responsibility pauses. When evening arrives, most of the day's responsibilities naturally release. But you don't release them. You keep carrying them. You extend responsibilities past their natural endpoints. You treat them as if they're constant, unending, always demanding your attention. You finish work, but you keep carrying work responsibility into your evening. You put your children to bed, but you keep carrying parenting responsibility through the night. You complete your day's commitments, but you keep carrying the weight of them long after they're done. Responsibility has a natural end each day. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It doesn't mean you become irresponsible. It doesn't mean you abandon your commitments. It just means you recognize that responsibility has appropriate times and appropriate boundaries, that some responsibilities belong to daytime, that some responsibilities end when certain hours pass. That responsibility doesn't need to extend endlessly through every moment of your existence. Think about work. When your workday ends, when you leave the office, or close the computer or finish your shift, does your responsibility to work actually continue through the evening? through the night, through the hours you're supposed to be resting. Not really. Your employer pays you for certain hours. Your contract, formal or informal, covers specific times. The expectation is that you work during work hours and rest during personal hours. But you don't. You keep working. Or, if you're not physically working, you're mentally working. Thinking about problems, worrying about projects, planning tomorrow, carrying work responsibility long past when work responsibility should naturally end. Responsibility has a natural end each day. Work responsibility ends when work hours end. It returns tomorrow. But tonight, it can rest. You can set it down without failing at your job. You can release it without being irresponsible. Think about parenting. When your children are asleep, does active parenting responsibility continue at the same intensity? Do you need to be actively parenting through the night, the same way you parent during the day? No. Children sleep. During those hours, active parenting pauses. You're still a parent. Yes. You'd still respond if needed. But the active, engaged, moment-to-moment responsibility of parenting, it has a natural pause when children sleep. But you don't pause. You keep actively parenting in your mind, worrying about their development, planning their activities, questioning your parenting choices, carrying the full weight of parenting responsibility through hours when parenting responsibility should naturally lighten. Responsibility has a natural end each day. Parenting responsibility shifts when children sleep. It doesn't disappear, you'd wake if they needed you. But it changes. It lightens. It allows space for rest. Think about caregiving. If you're caring for aging parents or sick family members, does your responsibility continue equally through every hour? Or are there natural moments when responsibility lightens, when others can take over, when rest is appropriate? You probably treat caregiving responsibility as endless, as constant, as something you must maintain at full intensity every moment. But even caregiving has natural rhythms, has appropriate times for others to help, has moments when rest is not only acceptable but necessary. Responsibility has a natural end each day. This isn't about abandoning people. It's about recognizing that sustainable responsibility requires boundaries, requires rest periods, requires natural endpoints that allow for restoration. You cannot carry full responsibility. Intensity 24 hours a day without breaking. No one can. Responsibility that never ends is not actually responsibility. It's martyrdom. It's self-destruction disguised as dedication. Responsibility has a natural end each day. When evening comes, most responsibilities naturally release. Work ends. Active parenting pauses. The day's commitments complete. There's a natural transition from responsibility to rest. But you fight this transition. You resist it. You keep carrying daytime responsibilities into nighttime. You extend responsibilities past their natural boundaries. You treat rest time as if it's still responsibility time. And this is exhausting you, because you never get relief. You never get release. You never get to set down the weight of responsibility and just be a person who's resting. Responsibility has a natural end each day. Tonight, you can honor that natural end. You can recognize that most of your responsibilities have already reached their appropriate stopping point for today. Work responsibilities ended when work ended. They'll return tomorrow, but tonight they can rest. Parenting responsibilities shifted when children went to sleep. they'll return when needed. But tonight, they can lighten. Caregiving responsibilities can be shared, can be paused, can be picked up again tomorrow. Personal responsibilities to friends, to family, to various commitments, they're not evenly distributed through every hour. They have appropriate times, and nighttime is not usually that time. Responsibility has a natural end each day. You can honor that end. You can set down what's naturally supposed to be set down. You can release what's naturally supposed to be released. This doesn't make you irresponsible. This makes you sustainable. This makes you capable of carrying responsibility well during appropriate times because you've rested during rest times. Responsibility has a natural end each day, and tonight, you've reached that end. Most of what you're still carrying, it's not actually demanding your attention right now. It's just habit, just resistance to release, just fear that setting down responsibility means being irresponsible. But it doesn't. Setting down responsibility at its natural endpoint is exactly what responsible people do, because they understand that responsibility requires rest to be sustainable, that carrying it endlessly leads to burnout, not dedication. Responsibility has a natural end each day. Tonight, honor that end. Set down what's supposed to be set down. Release what's supposed to be released. Let responsibility rest so you can rest. Tomorrow, responsibility will return. You'll pick it back up. You'll engage again. But tonight, let it end. Let it reach its natural stopping point. Let it rest while you rest. Responsibility has a natural end each day. And tonight, you've reached it. So rest. Without guilt. Without feeling irresponsible. Without carrying what's not supposed to be carried right now. Just rest. Because responsibility has a natural end each day. And tonight, that end has come. Listen to the silence around you right now. Listen to the darkness. Listen to this moment. What is it asking from you? Nothing. Tonight is not asking for anything in return. Not for the hours it's giving you. Not for the darkness it's offering. Not for the quiet space it's holding. Tonight is not making demands. It's not requiring proof. It's not waiting for you to earn it or deserve it or pay for it with sufficient accomplishment. Tonight is just here, existing, available, asking nothing in return. But you don't experience it that way, do you? You experience tonight as one more thing that requires something from you. One more obligation, one more demand, one more test you might fail. You lie here thinking about what tonight requires, what you need to figure out before morning, what you need to resolve, understand, accomplish before you're allowed to sleep. What tonight is demanding as payment for the rest it might offer. But tonight is not asking for anything in return. It's not requiring you to solve anything. It's not demanding that you understand anything. It's not waiting for you to accomplish anything before it allows you to rest. Tonight is freely given. These hours, this darkness, this quiet, all of it freely available without requiring anything from you in exchange. Think about how you've been treating tonight, like a transaction, like something you need to pay for, like time that comes with strings attached, with requirements, with expectations you must meet before it's truly yours. You've been trying to earn tonight, trying to deserve these hours of rest, trying to prove through your day's accomplishments that you've done enough to justify lying down and doing nothing. But tonight is not asking for anything in return. It doesn't care what you accomplished today. It doesn't require proof that you worked hard enough, contributed enough, were productive enough. Tonight is just here, offering itself, asking nothing except that you allow it, that you receive it, that you let it be what it is, time for rest, freely given, no payment required. You've been living in a world of transactions for so long that you've forgotten anything can be freely given. You've been so immersed in earning and deserving and paying for everything that the concept of something offered without expectation of return feels foreign, suspicious, impossible. But tonight is not asking for anything in return. This is not a transaction. This is not an exchange where you receive rest and must give back something equivalent. This is not a loan that accrues interest. Tonight is gift, pure gift, given freely, asking nothing, requiring nothing, demanding nothing in return. The darkness asks nothing from you. It doesn't require you to understand it or make use of it or prove worthy of it. It just is, present, available, freely offered. The quiet asks nothing from you. It doesn't demand that you fill it with productivity or crowd it with accomplishment or justify it with sufficient activity. It just exists, patient, waiting, asking nothing in return. These hours ask nothing from you. They don't require you to use them wisely or make them count or ensure they're not wasted. They're just hours, passing, available, freely given without conditions. Tonight is not asking for anything in return. And accepting this, truly accepting this, might be one of the hardest things you do. Because you've been trained to believe nothing is free. Everything has a price. Everything requires payment. Everything comes with strings attached. But tonight doesn't. Tonight is freely given. And it asks nothing except that you receive it, that you allow it, that you let it be the gift it is, instead of treating it like one more obligation you must fulfill. Think about what you've been doing. You've been lying here trying to figure out how to pay for tonight, how to earn these hours, how to deserve this rest, what you need to give in return for receiving this time. But tonight is not asking for anything in return. You don't need to pay for it with understanding. You don't need to earn it with accomplishment. You don't need to deserve it with sufficient productivity. You just need to receive it. Just accept it. Just allow it to be freely given without immediately calculating what you owe in exchange. This is hard because receiving without owing feels dangerous. It feels like accumulating debt. It feels like you're taking something you'll have to repay eventually, somehow, with interest. But tonight is not asking for anything in return. It's not creating debt. It's not establishing obligation. It's not setting up future payment requirements. It's just giving, freely, without strings, without conditions, without expectations of return. You can receive tonight without owing anything. You can accept these hours without calculating payment. You can allow this rest without figuring out how you'll compensate for it tomorrow. Tonight is not asking for anything in return, not solutions to your problems, not understanding of your life, not accomplishment or productivity or proof of worth, not anything. Just your presence, just your willingness to be here, just your acceptance of what's freely offered. And even that, your presence, your willingness, your acceptance, even that is not payment. It's not what you give in return. It's just how you receive, how you allow, how you open yourself to what's freely given. Tonight is not asking for anything in return. This moment is not demanding. This darkness is not requiring. This quiet is not waiting for payment. Everything is freely offered. And you, tired and worried about what you owe, you can finally accept something without immediately calculating the cost, the debt, the obligation, the return payment. You can just receive, just accept, just allow tonight to be what it is, freely given time for rest, asking nothing in return except that you let yourself rest in it. Tonight is not asking for anything in return. Let this truth settle into you. Let it ease the tension of constantly calculating payment. Let it release you from the exhausting work of trying to earn every moment, deserve every hour, pay for every bit of rest. You don't need to earn tonight. You don't need to deserve it. You don't need to pay for it. It's freely given, asking nothing, requiring nothing, demanding nothing in return. Just breathe. Just be here. Just receive what's freely offered without immediately trying to figure out what you owe for receiving it. Because you don't owe anything. Tonight is not asking for anything in return. And you, finally, can rest in that truth, can accept what's freely given, can receive without owing. Tonight is not asking for anything in return. So stop trying to pay. Stop trying to earn. Stop trying to deserve. Just receive. Just accept. Just rest. Because tonight is freely given, asking nothing. And that's the truth that can finally let you sleep. When you close your eyes and drift towards sleep, you're moving into a different kind of existence. A state so fundamentally different from waking that it operates by entirely different rules. And one of the most important differences is this: sleep is a state without obligation. In sleep, there are no responsibilities, no debts, no requirements, no expectations, no demands. Sleep is complete release from all of that, total suspension of obligation, absolute freedom from everything you owe, everything you must do, everything you're supposed to be. But you resist sleep because you're afraid to release the obligations. You're afraid that if you stop holding them, if you stop maintaining them, if you stop being responsible for them, something terrible will happen. Sleep is a state without obligation. This is not a bug. This is a feature. This is exactly what makes sleep restorative. What makes it essential? What makes it different from every other state you experience? When you're awake, you carry obligations. You're a parent. If you have children, you're a partner. If you're in a relationship, you're an employee. You're a friend. You're responsible for things. You have duties. You have expectations to meet. And all of this creates a constant background hum of obligation, a perpetual sense that there are things you must do, people you must be, responsibilities you must fulfill. But in sleep, all of that stops. In sleep, you're not a parent, you're not a partner, you're not an employee, you're not responsible for anything or anyone. You're just unconscious, just resting, just being a biological organism in a state of restoration. Sleep is a state without obligation, and this is what you need right now. Not more responsibility, not more things to manage, not more obligations to fulfill, but complete, total, absolute release from all of it. Think about what happens when you try to carry obligations into sleep. When you lie here thinking about everything you're responsible for. When you can't let go because you're worried about what will happen if you stop being obligated for a few hours. You can't sleep, or you sleep poorly, or you sleep but wake exhausted because even in sleep, part of you was still trying to maintain the obligations, still holding, still responsible, still obligated. Sleep is a state without obligation, but you can only enter it fully by releasing the obligations, by letting them go, by trusting that they can exist without your constant maintenance for a few hours. Your children don't need you to be obligated to them while you sleep. They're fine. They're sleeping themselves, or they're being cared for, or they're adults managing their own lives. Your obligation to them can pause for the night without harming them. Your work doesn't need you to feel obligated while you sleep. Your job will be there tomorrow. The obligations will return. But they don't need to be maintained through the night. They can rest too. Your relationships don't need you to carry obligation through your sleep. Your partner, your friends, your family, none of them need you to be actively obligated to them at 2 a.m. The relationships continue existing without you consciously maintaining them every moment. Sleep is a state without obligation. This is what makes it different from every other state. This is what makes it restorative. This is what makes it necessary. You cannot restore yourself while carrying obligations. You cannot truly rest while maintaining responsibilities. You cannot sleep deeply while trying to remain obligated. Sleep requires release. Complete release. Letting go of everything you're responsible for, everything you're obligated to do, everything you must be, and just being, just resting, just unconscious and unobligated, and completely free from all demands for a few hours. Sleep is a state without obligation, and you're allowed to enter it. You're allowed to release everything. You're allowed to stop being obligated for the night. Nothing bad happens when you do this. You've done it thousands of times before. Every night you've ever slept, you've released obligations, and every morning you've picked them back up. The obligations were still there. The responsibilities remained. Everything continued. Releasing obligations for sleep doesn't mean they disappear. It means they rest too. They exist without your constant conscious maintenance. They wait for morning when you'll engage with them again. Sleep is a state without obligation. Tonight, you can enter that state fully. You can release everything you're carrying. You can let go of everything you're responsible for. You can stop being obligated to anyone or anything and just sleep, just rest, just exist in that blessed state where nothing is required of you, where you owe nothing, where you're responsible for nothing except your own restoration. This is hard to do because obligation feels like identity. You've been obligated for so long that you don't remember who you are without the obligations. You don't know how to exist without being responsible for things. But in sleep, you discover that person, the you underneath all the obligations, the human being who exists independent of all the responsibilities, the consciousness that is complete in itself without needing to be obligated to anything. Sleep is a state without obligation. And that person that you underneath the obligations needs rest, needs space, needs time to exist without constantly being responsible for everything. Tonight, you can give that to yourself. You can enter sleep fully. You can release all obligations. You can let go completely. and trust that everything will be fine. The obligations will still exist in the morning. The responsibilities will still be there, but they don't need you to maintain them through the night. Sleep is a state without obligation. Let yourself enter it. Let yourself release everything. Let yourself experience complete freedom from all demands, all expectations, all responsibilities, just for these few hours, just while you sleep, just long enough to restore yourself so you can pick up the obligations again tomorrow without being crushed by them. Sleep is a state without obligation. This is permission. This is invitation. This is what you need right now. Complete release, total freedom, absolute suspension of all obligation, just for sleep, just for rest, just for these necessary hours of restoration. Let yourself enter it. Let yourself be in that state. Let yourself sleep without obligation. Because that's what sleep is. That's what it's always been. That's what it's offering you right now. Sleep is a state without obligation. So release the obligations, let them go, let them rest while you rest, and just sleep. Finally, completely free. There's a belief driving you that you might not even be aware of. A deep, primitive belief about how safety works, about what keeps you secure in the world. The belief is this safety requires constant giving. If you give enough, do enough, contribute enough, prove you're worth enough, then you'll be safe, then you'll be secure, then your place in the world will be guaranteed. But if you stop giving, if you rest, if you do nothing, then safety disappears. Security vanishes. Everything you've worked for falls apart. You don't have to give more to be safe. This belief, this deep conviction that safety requires constant giving, it's wrong. And it's exhausting you for no reason. Think about what this belief makes you do. It keeps you giving even when you're depleted. It keeps you contributing even when you have nothing left. It keeps you proving your worth even when you're running on empty. Because you're afraid. Afraid that if you stop, you'll lose everything. Afraid that your safety depends on constant demonstration of value. Afraid that rest means risking everything you've built. You don't have to give more to be safe. Your safety is not contingent on constant contribution. Your security is not based on never-ending output. Your place in the world is not something you maintain through perpetual giving. You're safe, right now, even while resting, even while giving nothing, even while lying here doing absolutely nothing to prove your worth or demonstrate your value. Your safety doesn't come from what you give. It comes from being human, from having inherent worth that exists independent of contribution, from being part of a world that holds you whether you're producing or resting. But you've learned otherwise. You've learned that safety is conditional, that security must be earned, that if you don't keep giving, keep proving, keep contributing, you'll lose everything. Where did this belief come from? Maybe from childhood, where love felt conditional on being good enough. Maybe from work, where job security seems tied to constant productivity. Maybe from relationships, where connection felt dependent on what you could offer. You don't have to give more to be safe. This belief might have made sense at some point, might have been protective, might have kept you working hard, staying valuable, remaining indispensable. But now, it's just destroying you, because safety that requires constant giving is not actually safety. It's anxiety. It's exhaustion disguised as security. It's the constant fear that if you stop, everything collapses. Think about what real safety would feel like. Not safety you have to earn through constant giving, but safety that exists regardless. Safety that doesn't disappear when you rest. Safety that holds you whether you're contributing or doing nothing. That's the safety that's actually available to you. Not the conditional safety you've been working so hard to maintain, but the deeper safety that exists whether you're giving or not. You don't have to give more to be safe. Your home is still your home, whether you work tonight or rest tonight. Your relationships are still your relationships, whether you contribute tonight or do nothing. Your place in the world is still your place, whether you prove your worth tonight or simply sleep. Nothing about your fundamental safety changes when you rest. You're not less secure because you stopped giving. You're not more at risk because you closed your eyes. You're not losing ground because you're doing nothing. You're just resting. And rest doesn't threaten safety. Rest maintains the capacity to actually engage with life in ways that create genuine security. Rest allows you to show up, be present, contribute meaningfully when contribution is appropriate. You don't have to give more to be safe. The safety you're trying to create through constant giving, it's an illusion. Because no amount of giving ever feels like enough. No amount of contribution ever creates the security you're seeking. You give and give and give, and still you feel unsafe. Still you feel like you need to give more. Still you feel like stopping means risking everything. But what if the constant giving is what's making you unsafe? What if depleting yourself is what's actually threatening your security? What if running yourself into the ground is the real risk, not resting? You don't have to give more to be safe. You need to rest more to be safe. You need to restore more to maintain actual security. You need to stop giving from depletion and start giving from restoration. Because giving from depletion creates resentment, creates burnout, creates a kind of contribution that's not sustainable, not healthy, not actually making you safer in the world. But giving from restoration, that's different. That's sustainable. That creates genuine value. That builds real security over time because it's not destroying you in the process. You don't have to give more to be safe. Tonight, you can rest, knowing that your safety doesn't depend on constant contribution, that your security isn't threatened by doing nothing, that your place in the world remains intact whether you're giving or resting. Let go of the belief that safety requires constant giving. It doesn't. It never did. That belief has been driving you to exhaustion without actually creating the security you seek. Real safety comes from balance, from sustainable engagement, from knowing when to give and when to rest, from contributing when you have capacity and restoring when you're depleted. You don't have to give more to be safe. You can rest tonight. You can do nothing. You can give absolutely nothing to anyone, and you'll still be safe, still secure, still holding your place in the world. Your worth is not contingent on constant contribution. Your value is not measured by never-ending output. Your safety is not something you maintain through perpetual giving. You're inherently valuable, inherently worthy, inherently safe. Whether you're giving or resting, whether you're contributing or doing nothing, whether you're proving your worth or simply existing. You don't have to give more to be safe. So rest tonight. Give nothing. Contribute nothing. Prove nothing. And know that you're still safe, still secure, still exactly where you belong. Because safety doesn't require constant giving. It just requires being. And tonight, you can just be safe, resting, giving nothing. And that's enough. You don't have to give more to be safe. Remember that. Trust that. Let that finally allow you to rest without fear. You're safe. Right now, giving nothing. And that's exactly how it should be. In your mind, there's a counting system running constantly. Tracking, measuring, recording. Making sure everything adds up correctly. Making sure you're staying ahead, or at least not falling too far behind. You imagine that somewhere, somehow, everything is being tallied. Your contributions are being counted. Your productivity is being measured. Your worth is being calculated based on continuous assessment. But nothing is being tallied while you rest. There's no cosmic accountant working the night shift. No divine bookkeeper tracking your every moment. No universal ledger being updated while you sleep. The tallying exists only in your mind. And while you rest, you can let it stop. You can let the counting cease. You can let the measuring pause. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. This is one of the most liberating truths you could accept tonight. Because the fear of being tallied, of being measured, of being found insufficient, that fear is what keeps you from resting deeply. You lie here, worried that these hours are being counted against you. That rest is being recorded as deficit. That doing nothing is being tallied as failure. That every moment you're not producing is being marked down in some permanent record of inadequacy. But nothing is being tallied while you rest. No one is keeping score. No system is tracking your every moment. No record is being maintained that will be used to judge whether you've done enough, been enough, contributed enough. Think about what this fear does to you. It makes rest feel dangerous. It makes sleep feel like it's costing you something. It makes every moment of doing nothing feel like points being deducted from your worth. You can't truly rest when you believe you're being tallied. You can't deeply sleep when you think every moment is being measured against you. You can't fully let go when you're convinced that rest is being recorded as failure. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. Your employer is not tracking these hours against you. Your family is not counting how long you've been sleeping instead of working. Your friends are not measuring your rest time and finding you lacking. The universe is not maintaining a spreadsheet with your name on it, tallying every productive moment against every moment of rest, calculating whether you're net positive or net negative. That tallying system exists only in your mind. You created it. You maintain it. You're the only one keeping score. And you're the only one who can stop. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. You can let the counting stop. You can let the measuring cease. You can let tonight be completely unmeasured, untallied, unrecorded. Just hours passing. Just rest happening. Just you being here without any system tracking whether this time is being used wisely, spent productively, counted correctly. Think about how much energy you spend on the internal tallying, constantly adding up what you've done, constantly subtracting what you haven't done, constantly measuring whether the balance is acceptable, constantly worried about whether you're enough. This constant calculation is exhausting. It's a background process running all the time, consuming resources, draining energy, preventing deep rest. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. Tonight, you can shut down that process. You can stop the counting. You can let yourself exist unmeasured for a few hours. No one else is measuring you. The tallying exists only internally, and you can choose to stop it. You can choose to let tonight be unmeasured time, uncounted hours, untallied rest, just being, just breathing, just resting without any system tracking it, measuring it, using it to calculate your worth. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. Your worth tomorrow will be exactly the same as your worth today, regardless of how you spend tonight. Because your worth was never actually based on tallying. That was just a story, just a system you created, just an internal process that's been running so long you forgot it was optional. You can stop tallying. Tonight, right now, you can let yourself rest without keeping score, without measuring, without tracking whether these hours count as productive or wasted. They're just hours. Just rest. Just time your body needs. And none of it needs to be tallied. None of it needs to be measured against anything. None of it needs to be used to calculate whether you're enough. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. The morning won't bring a report card for tonight. Tomorrow won't start with a summary of whether you rested correctly, efficiently, productively enough. Tomorrow will just be tomorrow. Another day. Another opportunity to engage. But not based on tonight's tally. Because there is no tally. There never was. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. Let this sink in. Let it release the tension of constant measurement. Let it free you from the exhausting work of trying to make sure everything adds up correctly. You don't need to add up. You don't need to be measured. You don't need to be tallied. You can just be. Just rest. Just exist without any counting system tracking whether you're sufficient. Because you are sufficient. Not based on any tally. Not based on any measurement. Not based on any calculation of productivity versus rest. Contribution versus restoration. You're sufficient simply by being alive, simply by being human, simply by being here, breathing, existing. And that sufficiency doesn't change based on what's being tallied, because nothing is being tallied while you rest. So let the counting stop, let the measuring cease, let the tallying end, at least for tonight, at least while you sleep. At least during these hours when you desperately need to exist unmeasured. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. This is freedom. This is relief. This is what finally allows deep sleep, the recognition that you can rest without being measured, without being counted, without being tallied against any standard. Just rest. Uncounted, unmeasured, untallied, free from the constant calculation of whether you're enough. Because nothing is being tallied while you rest. And that means you can finally, fully, completely rest. Without the background process running. Without the constant measurement. Without the exhausting work of trying to make sure you add up. Nothing is being tallied while you rest. So, rest now, unmeasured, uncounted, free, just rest. Right now, while you lie here worrying about what you owe, your body is working, quietly, efficiently, without asking your permission, without requiring your conscious direction. Your heart is beating, your lungs are breathing, your cells are regenerating. Your immune system is fighting off invaders. Your brain is processing the day's experiences. Your muscles are repairing themselves from the day's activities. All of this is happening without you doing anything. without you earning it, without you deserving it, without you needing to pay it back. The body repairs without asking anything back. This is one of the most profound truths about being alive. Your body gives to you constantly, unconditionally, without requiring repayment. But you've learned to treat everything as a transaction. You've learned that nothing is free. You've learned that receiving means owing. And somewhere in that learning, you've forgotten that your own body doesn't operate that way. Your body doesn't keep a ledger. It doesn't track what it gives you against what you give back. It doesn't require payment for the constant work of keeping you alive. It just works, just repairs, just maintains, just continues, without asking anything back. Think about what your body does for you every single day. It heals your wounds without charging you. It digests your food without demanding compensation. It regulates your temperature without requiring payment. It fights disease without asking for anything in return. Your body has been doing this your entire life. Giving, constantly giving, maintaining your existence through millions of processes you never think about, never acknowledge, never consciously participate in. And it's never sent you a bill, never demanded repayment, never stopped working because you hadn't earned its services. The body repairs without asking anything back. And if your own body, the thing closest to you, most intimately yours, operates on unconditional giving, what does that tell you about how you should treat yourself? Your body is modeling something for you, showing you what unconditional care looks like, demonstrating that giving doesn't always require receiving, that repair doesn't demand repayment, that restoration can happen freely without creating debt. But you don't listen. You treat your body like it's separate from you, like it's a machine you use, like it's something that should keep working regardless of how you treat it. And when it needs rest, when it's asking you to stop and let it repair more effectively, you resist. Because rest feels like taking without giving, feels like receiving without repaying, feels like accumulating debt. The body repairs without asking anything back. Right now, while you lie here, your body is engaged in deep repair work. It's consolidating memories. It's strengthening neural connections. It's releasing growth hormones. It's clearing out cellular waste. It's rebuilding tissues. All of this happens during rest, during sleep, during the hours when you're doing nothing consciously, when you're not producing anything, when you're not contributing anything measurable. Your body is doing profound work during these hours. And it's not asking for anything back, not requiring you to earn this repair through sufficient daytime productivity, not demanding that you deserve this restoration through adequate contribution. It's just repairing, just restoring, just doing what bodies do when given the chance to rest, without asking anything back. This is the model. This is how care should work. Not transactional, not conditional, not based on earning and deserving and paying back, just given, freely, unconditionally, because it's needed, because it's what maintains life, because this is how restoration works. The body repairs without asking anything back, and you who have spent your whole life calculating what you owe, measuring what you must repay, worrying about debt you can learn from your own body. You can learn to give to yourself the way your body gives to you. Unconditionally, without requiring repayment, without keeping score, without treating every act of self-care as a debt you'll have to settle later. Your body has been showing you this your entire life, has been modeling unconditional giving, has been demonstrating that repair doesn't require repayment. But you haven't been watching. You've been too busy calculating other debts, too busy trying to repay what you think you owe the world, too busy treating everything as a transaction to notice that your own body operates on entirely different principles. The body repairs without asking anything back. Tonight, let this truth in. Let it inform how you treat yourself. Let it change how you think about rest and restoration. You don't owe your body anything for the work it does. You don't need to repay it for keeping you alive. You don't need to earn the right to its constant repair work. It just gives. And all it asks, if it asks anything at all, is that you give it the conditions it needs to repair effectively. Rest, nutrition, safety, time to do its work without interference. That's not payment. That's not repayment. That's just cooperation, working with your body instead of against it, honoring its needs instead of ignoring them, allowing its natural repair processes instead of constantly disrupting them with the belief that rest must be earned. The body repairs without asking anything back, and tonight, your body is asking for rest, not as payment you owe, not as a transaction you must complete, just as what it needs to do its repair work effectively. You can give it that without feeling like you're accumulating debt. You can let your body repair without calculating what you'll owe for this restoration, because your body doesn't work that way. It never has. It's been giving to you freely your entire life. And it's not starting to charge now. The body repairs without asking anything back. This is grace. This is unconditional giving. This is what life looks like when it's not treated as a transaction. Your body has been living this way all along, has been demonstrating this principle every moment you've been alive, has been showing you that giving doesn't always require receiving back. And tonight, you can finally listen, finally learn, finally let yourself receive what your body is freely giving, without immediately trying to calculate the cost. The body repairs without asking anything back. Let it repair, let it restore, let it do its work without you treating it as a debt you're accumulating. Just rest. Just let your body do what it knows how to do. Just allow the repair that's happening right now, this very moment, without asking anything back. Because that's how your body works. That's how it's always worked. That's what it's showing you about how care should be given freely, without requiring repayment, without creating debt. The body repairs without asking anything back. So rest now. Let your body repair. Let it restore. Let it give to you the way it's been giving your entire life. Freely, unconditionally, without asking anything back. Just rest. You've been carrying this feeling for so long, it's become part of you. This constant background sense that you owe, that you're in debt, that you haven't paid enough, given enough, done enough to settle accounts. The sense of owing has become so familiar, you probably don't even notice it anymore. It's just always there, a quiet weight, a persistent pressure, an endless feeling that you're behind, that you haven't done enough, that you still owe something to someone, somewhere. But you can let the sense of owing dissolve. Right now, tonight, you can choose to release it, to let it go, to stop carrying it. This isn't easy. because the sense of owing has probably protected you in some ways. It's kept you working hard, kept you trying, kept you pushing forward even when you were depleted. It's felt like the thing that makes you responsible, conscientious, good. But it's not serving you anymore, if it ever really did. The sense of owing has become a burden you carry for no reason, a weight that exhausts you without actually helping anyone. You can let the sense of owing dissolve, not all at once, not permanently forever, but right now, for these hours while you sleep. You can set it down. You can let it dissolve into the darkness. You can release it completely. Think about what this sense of owing feels like in your body. Where do you carry it? In your chest? In your shoulders? In your stomach? Somewhere there's a physical manifestation of this constant feeling that you owe. You can let it dissolve. You can feel it releasing. You can notice how your body softens when you stop holding that sense of debt. The sense of owing isn't a real thing. It's not a tangible object you're carrying. It's just a feeling, a belief, a story you've been telling yourself about what you owe the world. And feelings can change. Beliefs can be questioned. Stories can be rewritten. You're not stuck with this sense of owing forever. You can choose to let it dissolve. You can let the sense of owing dissolve. This doesn't mean you become irresponsible. This doesn't mean you stop caring about others. This doesn't mean you never contribute or help or give. It just means you release the constant background feeling of debt, the persistent sense that you owe more than you've given, the exhausting belief that you're always behind, always insufficient, always in debt. Tonight, you can practice letting it dissolve, just for these hours, just while you sleep. You can release the sense of owing and see what happens. What happens is freedom. What happens is rest. What happens is the ability to actually restore yourself instead of lying here calculating debt that doesn't exist. You can let the sense of owing dissolve. Feel it now. Feel how it sits in your body. That heaviness, that tension, that persistent pressure. And now imagine it dissolving, like salt in water, like fog in sunlight, just dissolving, breaking apart, releasing, leaving you lighter, softer, freer. The sense of owing has been telling you that you can't rest until you've paid enough, until you've given enough, until you've done enough to settle accounts. But there are no accounts. There's no cosmic ledger tracking what you owe. There's no debt that must be settled before you're allowed to rest. There's just this feeling, this sense of owing, and it can dissolve. You can let it go. You can release it into the night and rest without it. You can let the sense of owing dissolve. This is not about denying real responsibilities. This is not about ignoring genuine commitments. This is about releasing the pervasive, constant, exhausting feeling that you owe more than you've given, more than you can give, more than you'll ever be able to give. That feeling, that's what dissolves. That's what you can release. That's what you can let go of tonight. And what's left when it dissolves? Just you. Just a person. Just a human being lying in bed, tired, ready to rest, without the weight of imaginary debt, without the pressure of constant owing. Just you. And that's enough. That's always been enough. The sense of owing was extra, was added, was something you picked up along the way and carried for so long you forgot it wasn't part of you. You can let the sense of owing dissolve. Feel it now. Feel how your chest loosens when you release it, how your shoulders drop, how your jaw unclenches, how your whole body softens. The sense of owing creates tension, physical tension, emotional tension, mental tension. It keeps you tight, contracted, holding on. But you can let it dissolve. You can feel the tension releasing. You can notice how your body naturally relaxes when you stop carrying that constant sense of debt. You can let the sense of owing dissolve. Not forever. Not as a permanent state you must maintain. But right now, for tonight, for these hours while you sleep, just let it go. Let it dissolve into the darkness. Let it release into the night. Let it leave you completely for a while, and rest without it. Rest without the weight of owing. Rest without the pressure of debt. Rest without the constant calculation of what you still need to pay back. Just rest, light, free, released from the sense of owing that's been exhausting you for so long. You can let the sense of owing dissolve. This is permission. This is invitation. This is the freedom you need right now. Let it go. Let it dissolve. Let it release completely, and rest in the lightness that remains when owing finally dissolves. Just breathe. Just soften. Just feel the sense of owing dissolving with each breath, breaking apart, releasing, leaving you free. You can let the sense of owing dissolve. So let it. Now, tonight, completely. Just let it go and rest, finally, without owing, without debt, without that constant weight. Just rest. You're afraid to let go because you think letting go means losing. That if you release something, it disappears. That if you stop holding it, it's gone forever. But the night holds what you release. Everything you let go of tonight, it doesn't disappear. It doesn't vanish. It doesn't cease to exist. The night holds it for you, safely, gently, without judgment, without requirement, just holds it. Think about everything you're carrying right now, all the worries, all the responsibilities, all the questions about your life, all the concerns about tomorrow, all the regrets about yesterday, all the uncertainty about everything. You're holding all of it, tight, afraid that if you let go, even for a moment, it will all fall apart. It will all be lost. It will all disappear and you'll have to start from nothing tomorrow. But the night holds what you release. You can let go of everything you're carrying, and it will still be there tomorrow if you need it. The night holds it for you while you rest. This is what darkness does. It receives, it holds, it contains. It keeps safe what you release into it. Not forever, just while you sleep. Just long enough for you to rest without carrying everything. The night holds what you release. Your worries about work, you can release them into the night. Let the darkness hold them. Let them rest in the night while you rest in bed. They'll still be there tomorrow if you need to pick them up again. But tonight, the night holds them. Your concerns about your children, you can release them into the night. Let the darkness hold those worries while you sleep. Let the night carry that weight while your body restores itself. Tomorrow you can worry again if you must. But tonight, the night holds what you release. Your questions about your life's direction, you can release them into the night. Let the darkness hold those uncertainties. Let the night contain all those unanswered questions while you rest. They're not disappearing. They're not being lost. The night is just holding them for you. The night holds what you release. This is not avoidance. This is not denial. This is not pretending problems don't exist. This is temporary release, temporary relief, temporary freedom from carrying everything all the time. Think of the night like a trusted friend, someone who says, "Give me what you're carrying. I'll hold it for you while you rest. It will be safe with me. You can have it back tomorrow if you want it. But tonight, let me hold it so you can sleep." The night is that friend. The darkness is that willing helper. The nighttime hours are that safe container where everything you release can rest while you rest. The night holds what you release. You don't have to keep gripping everything. You don't have to maintain your hold through sleep. You don't have to carry it all through the night for fear it will disappear if you let go. The night holds it. The darkness contains it. The hours between now and morning keep it safe. You can release everything and trust that it's held, that it's contained, that it's safe. This is what allows deep rest, not the disappearance of what concerns you, but the temporary release of it into something larger than yourself, into the night that holds what you release without judgment, without requirement, without asking anything in return. The night holds what you release. Feel this. Feel how the darkness around you is not empty. It's not nothing. It's a container, a holder, a safe space where everything you release can rest. Your tight grip on all your worries, you can release that grip. Let your hands open. Let everything you're holding fall gently into the night. And trust that the night holds it, that it's safe, that it's contained, that you can rest without holding it. The night holds what you release. This is an ancient truth. People have been releasing their burdens into the night for as long as there have been people and nights. The darkness has always received what we release, has always held it safely, has always given it back in the morning when we're ready to carry it again. You're not the first person to need this. You're not the only one who needs to release what you're carrying. You're not alone in needing the night to hold what you can't hold right now. The night holds what you release. And tonight, it's holding space for everything you're carrying, everything you're worried about, everything you're responsible for, everything you're trying to manage and control and hold together. You can release all of it into the night. Let the darkness hold it. Let the nighttime hours contain it. Let it all rest in the night while you rest in bed. The night holds what you release. This doesn't mean your concerns aren't real. This doesn't mean your responsibilities don't matter. This doesn't mean your worries aren't valid. It just means that right now, for these hours, the night can hold them while you rest. They don't need your constant grip. They don't need your perpetual attention. They can exist in the night while you exist in sleep. The night holds what you release. Feel it now. Feel how you can open your hands. Release your grip. Let everything fall gently into the darkness that surrounds you. And feel how the night receives it, holds it, contains it without struggle, without effort, just holds everything you release with infinite capacity, infinite patience, infinite gentleness. The night holds what you release. So release it, all of it, everything you're carrying, everything you're gripping, everything you're trying to hold onto through sheer force of will. Let it go into the night. Let the darkness hold it. Let the nighttime hours contain it. Trust that it's safe. Trust that it's held. Trust that you can rest without carrying it. The night holds what you release. And tomorrow, when you wake, if you need to pick it all up again, it will be there. The night will have held it safely, will have kept it contained, will give it back to you if you want it. But tonight, you don't need it. Tonight, you can release it all into the night and rest without carrying anything. The night holds what you release. Trust this. Believe this. Let this finally give you permission to open your hands and let go. Because the night is here. The darkness is holding space. The hours are ready to contain everything you release. You just need to let go. The night holds what you release. So release it. All of it. Now. Let the night hold it while you finally rest. In your waking life, you're constantly being measured, or at least it feels that way. Measured against standards, measured against others, measured against your own expectations, measured against time, measured against potential, constantly measured. Your work is measured. Your productivity is measured. Your relationships are measured. Your accomplishments are measured. Your worth seems to be measured against everything and everyone, all the time. But you are not measured while you sleep. Sleep is the one state where measurement stops, where comparison ends, where evaluation ceases, where you exist unmeasured, uncompared, unjudged. This should bring relief, but it doesn't always. Because you've become so accustomed to being measured that you keep measuring yourself, even when no one else is. You keep the evaluation running, even during hours when all measurement should stop. You are not measured while you sleep. No one is comparing you to anyone else right now. No one is evaluating whether you're sleeping correctly, efficiently, productively enough. No one is judging whether you deserve rest or whether you've earned the right to sleep. You're just sleeping, or trying to sleep. And that state, that unconscious, vulnerable, completely unproductive state, it exists outside of measurement. But you resist entering it fully. Because being unmeasured feels dangerous. Because you've learned that being measured is what keeps you valuable. That if you're not constantly being evaluated, you might slip, might fail, might lose your place. You are not measured while you sleep. This is not dangerous. This is essential. This is what allows real rest, the complete suspension of all measurement, all comparison, all evaluation. Think about what being measured feels like. There's always a standard, always a comparison point, always a sense that you might not be enough, might not measure up, might fall short. And this creates constant tension, constant vigilance, constant effort to ensure you're measuring favorably, that you're comparing well, that you're meeting standards. But in sleep, all of that stops. In sleep, there is no standard. There is no comparison. There is no measurement. Just existence. Just being. Just unconscious restoration. You are not measured while you sleep. Your worth doesn't depend on how well you sleep. Your value doesn't change based on whether you sleep soundly or restlessly. Your place in the world doesn't shift based on how many hours you sleep or how efficiently you sleep or whether your sleep is measurably productive. You're just sleeping. And sleep exists outside the realm of measurement. It's not something you can do well or poorly in the way you can with work. It's not something that compares you to others. It's not something that evaluates you against standards. It's just sleep. Unmeasured, uncompared, unjudged, just being unconscious for a while, just letting your body restore itself, just existing in a state where measurement doesn't apply. You are not measured while you sleep. But even knowing this intellectually, you probably still measure yourself. You evaluate whether you're falling asleep quickly enough. You compare your sleep to how you think you should be sleeping. You judge yourself for sleeping too much or too little or not well enough. But all of that measurement, it's optional. It's something you're adding. Sleep itself doesn't measure you. The night doesn't compare you to anyone. Darkness doesn't evaluate whether you're sleeping correctly. Only you do that. And tonight, you can choose to stop. You can choose to let sleep be unmeasured, to let yourself exist in that state without evaluation, to let rest happen without judging whether it's happening well enough. You are not measured while you sleep. This means you can sleep without performing, without trying to sleep correctly, without evaluating whether you're resting adequately, without measuring your sleep against any standard. You can just sleep, however you sleep, for however long you sleep, in whatever way your body sleeps tonight, without measurement, without comparison, without judgment. This is freedom. This is what sleep should be. Not another performance to be measured. Not another area where you're evaluated. Not another way you can fail to meet standards. Just unmeasured existence. Just being. Just resting without any system tracking whether you're doing it right. You are not measured while you sleep. The people in your life aren't measuring your sleep. They're not comparing your rest to theirs. They're not evaluating whether you sleep enough or well enough or correctly enough. They're sleeping too, or they're doing their own thing, but they're not measuring you. The measurement exists only in your own mind, and you can choose to release it. You can choose to let tonight be unmeasured time, hours that pass without evaluation, rest that happens without judgment, sleep that exists outside the realm of comparison. You are not measured while you sleep. Let this sink in. Let it ease the tension of constant evaluation. Let it release you from the exhausting work of trying to even sleep correctly. You don't have to sleep correctly. You don't have to meet any standard. You don't have to compare favorably to anyone. You just have to let sleep happen however it happens tonight. Unmeasured, uncompared, unjudged. Just sleep. Just rest. Just being unconscious for a while without any system tracking whether you're doing it right. You are not measured while you sleep. So, stop measuring yourself. Stop evaluating. Stop comparing. Stop judging whether you're sleeping well enough. Just sleep. However you sleep. For however long you sleep. In whatever way sleep comes to you tonight. Without measurement, without comparison, without any evaluation of whether it's sufficient. Because sleep doesn't require sufficiency. Sleep doesn't require meeting standards. Sleep doesn't require favorable comparison. Sleep just requires allowing, permitting, letting it happen without measuring whether it's happening correctly. You are not measured while you sleep. And that's not something to fear. That's something to embrace. That's the freedom that makes deep rest possible. Complete suspension of measurement, total release from evaluation, absolute freedom from comparison. Just for these hours while you sleep, just for this time while you rest, you are not measured while you sleep. So rest now, unmeasured, uncompared, free from all evaluation. Just rest, because nobody's measuring, nothing's comparing. No evaluation is happening. You're completely free to just sleep, just rest, just be, unmeasured. And that's exactly how it should be. You've been trying to rest while still holding onto obligations, trying to sleep while still feeling responsible for everything, trying to let go while still gripping tight to all the things you think you must do, must be, must maintain. But it doesn't work that way. You can't rest deeply while carrying obligations. You can't sleep fully while maintaining responsibilities. You can't truly let go while still holding on. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. Not when you've fulfilled all obligations. Not when you've completed everything you're responsible for. But when you simply end them. When you decide that right now, for these hours, obligation stops. This is hard because obligation has become your identity. You are the responsible one, the reliable one, the one who fulfills obligations, the one who never lets anything drop, and ending obligation feels like ending yourself, like losing who you are, like becoming someone irresponsible, unreliable, unworthy. But deep rest begins when obligation ends. You cannot access the deepest levels of rest while still carrying the weight of what you must do. You cannot reach the restorative sleep your body needs while maintaining all your responsibilities in your mind. You have to end them completely, not fulfill them, not complete them, not finish them, just end them. Decide they stop here, tonight. For these hours, deep rest begins when obligation ends. Think about what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to rest while still being a parent, still being a partner, still being an employee, still being responsible for everything and everyone. You're trying to sleep while still maintaining all your roles, while still holding all your obligations, while still being the person everyone depends on. But that person can't sleep deeply. That person can't rest fully. That person is too burdened, too weighted, too responsible to access deep rest. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. When you stop being the parent for a few hours. When you stop being the partner. When you stop being the employee. When you stop being responsible for anything except your own restoration. This feels impossible. How can you stop being these things? How can you end these obligations? They're real. They matter. They don't just disappear because you decide to rest. But obligation isn't about whether responsibilities are real. It's about whether you're carrying them right now. And you can choose to stop carrying them. You can choose to end your sense of obligation for these hours. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. The obligations themselves might still exist somewhere. The responsibilities might still be real. But your carrying of them that can end. That must end if you want deep rest. You've been trying to rest lightly, trying to sleep while staying partially alert, trying to restore yourself while keeping one hand on all your responsibilities just in case. But light rest isn't enough. Surface sleep doesn't restore you. Partial letting go doesn't allow real recovery. You need deep rest. And deep rest begins when obligation ends, completely ends. Not pauses, not lightens, not reduces, ends. When you decide that for these hours, you are obligated to nothing and no one. When you release every single responsibility. When you stop carrying everything. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. Feel what this would be like. Feel what it would mean to completely end all obligation right now. To release every responsibility. To stop being the person who must do, must be, must maintain everything. Who would you be without obligation? What would be left if you ended all sense of responsibility for these hours? Just you. Just a tired human being. Just a body that needs rest. Just consciousness that needs to cease being conscious for a while. That's what's left when obligation ends. And that's what can finally rest deeply. Not the obligated you. Not the responsible you. Not the must-do everything you. Just the tired you who needs sleep. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. You've been resisting this ending because it feels like failure, like giving up, like being irresponsible, like letting everyone down. But it's not. Ending obligation for sleep isn't failing. It's recognizing that you cannot maintain obligations 24 hours a day without destroying yourself. It's accepting that deep rest requires complete release. It's understanding that you serve no one well when you're too exhausted to function. Deep rest begins when obligation ends, and you need deep rest. Not light sleep, not restless dozing, not lying awake maintaining responsibilities in your mind. Deep, restorative, healing rest. The kind of rest that only comes when obligation completely ends. When you stop being responsible, when you release every role, when you allow yourself to just be a sleeping body for a few hours. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. Tonight, you can practice this ending. You can deliberately, consciously decide that obligation stops here. That responsibility ends now. That for these hours, you are obligated to nothing. Not to your children, not to your partner, not to your work, not to your friends, not to your aging parents, not to anyone, not to anything. Just released, just free, just unobligated. This might feel terrifying, because obligation has been protecting you, has been giving you purpose, has been making you feel valuable, needed, important, but obligation has also been exhausting you, has been preventing deep rest, has been keeping you from the restoration you desperately need. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. You can survive without obligation for a few hours. You can exist without responsibility while you sleep. You can be completely unobligated and still be valuable, still be good, still be worthy. Your worth doesn't come from obligation. Your value doesn't depend on constant responsibility. Your goodness isn't measured by how much you carry all the time. You're worthy even when obligation ends, even when you're completely unobligated, even when you've released every single responsibility for the night. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. So, end it. Now, tonight, completely. Every obligation, every responsibility, every sense that you must do, must be, must maintain anything. Just end it. Let it stop. Let it release. Let obligation cease completely, so deep rest can finally begin. You've been tired for so long. You've been running on empty. You've been barely functioning because you haven't accessed deep rest. Because you've been trying to rest while still carrying all your obligations. Deep rest begins when obligation ends. And tonight, you can finally end them, can finally release them completely, can finally let obligations stop so deep rest can begin. This is permission. This is invitation. This is what you need right now. Not light rest while maintaining responsibilities, but deep rest that comes only when obligation completely ends. So, end it. End all of it. Every obligation, every responsibility, every sense that you must do anything except rest. Let obligation end. Completely, fully, absolutely, and let deep rest finally begin. Because deep rest begins when obligation ends, and tonight, obligation can end. You can choose to end it. You can decide it stops here, and deep rest, real, restorative, healing deep rest can finally begin. When obligation ends, when you release it all, when you stop being responsible and start being rested, deep rest begins when obligation ends. So let obligation end right now, completely. And let deep rest begin. There's a fear that keeps you from resting fully, a fear about what tomorrow will bring, a fear that by resting tonight, you're somehow making tomorrow harder, creating a bigger burden, accumulating debt that will come due with interest. The fear is that rest now means owing more later, that sleeping tonight means working harder tomorrow, that doing nothing now means doing extra tomorrow, that rest accrues interest like a loan, but you wake later without interest added. This is crucial to understand. Tomorrow doesn't charge you for resting tonight. Sleep doesn't create compound debt. Rest doesn't accrue interest that makes tomorrow's burden heavier. You wake later without interest added. Whatever responsibilities you have tomorrow, they're exactly the same, whether you rest tonight or stay awake worrying. They don't multiply because you slept. They don't compound because you rested. They don't grow larger because you did nothing tonight. Tomorrow is just tomorrow. Same responsibilities, same challenges, same tasks. No interest added for having rested. No penalty for having slept. No extra burden for having done nothing tonight. You wake later without interest added. But you don't believe this, because your entire life has taught you that rest has a cost, that doing nothing now means owing more later, that today's relaxation becomes tomorrow's extra burden. You've learned to think of rest as borrowing from the future, as taking something now that you'll have to pay back later with interest, as creating debt that compounds while you sleep. But it doesn't work that way. Rest doesn't create debt. Sleep doesn't accrue interest. Tomorrow doesn't charge you for having rested tonight. You wake later without interest added. Think about what this fear does to you. It makes rest feel dangerous. It makes sleep feel like it's costing you something. It makes doing nothing feel like you're digging yourself deeper into debt. And so you can't rest fully, can't sleep deeply, can't truly let go, because part of you is calculating the interest, worrying about the compound cost, preparing for the heavier burden tomorrow. But you wake later without interest added. Tomorrow's responsibilities are the same whether you rest tonight or not. Actually, they're more manageable when you're rested, harder when you're depleted. So rest doesn't increase tomorrow's burden. It decreases your capacity to carry it. You wake later without interest added. Your children won't need more from you tomorrow because you rested tonight. Your work won't demand extra because you slept. Your relationships won't require additional effort because you did nothing this evening. Everything tomorrow is exactly the same. No interest, no penalty, no compound burden, just regular tomorrow. Same as it would be regardless of whether you rested or worried through the night. You wake later without interest added. This should bring relief, should make rest feel safer, should allow you to sleep without fear of accumulating debt. But you've been operating on the opposite belief for so long. You've been treating rest as something that creates future burden, as something you'll pay for later, as something that accrues interest while you sleep. And this belief has been preventing real rest, preventing deep sleep, preventing genuine restoration. Because you can't fully rest when you believe rest is creating debt. You wake later without interest added. Let this be true tonight. Let yourself rest, knowing that tomorrow won't charge you for it. Let yourself sleep, knowing that no interest is accumulating. Let yourself do nothing, knowing that tomorrow's burden won't be heavier because you rested. The responsibilities you have tomorrow, you'll face them with the same list, whether you rest tonight or not. But you'll face them with more energy if you rest, with more clarity if you sleep, with more capacity if you restore yourself tonight. You wake later without interest added. Rest doesn't make tomorrow harder. Exhaustion makes tomorrow harder. Depletion makes tomorrow harder. Refusing to rest makes tomorrow harder. But rest itself, it makes tomorrow more manageable, makes tomorrow's burden lighter to carry, makes tomorrow's challenges easier to meet. You wake later without interest added. There's no compound effect, no accumulation while you sleep, no interest accruing on rest debt. Because rest isn't debt. Rest is restoration. And restoration doesn't create burden. It creates capacity. It doesn't add interest. It adds energy. It doesn't compound debt. It compounds ability to handle whatever tomorrow brings. You wake later without interest added. This is true whether you sleep well tonight or poorly, whether you rest deeply or restlessly, whether you fall asleep easily or struggle for hours. However tonight goes, tomorrow's responsibilities don't increase because of it. No interest added, no penalty for sleeping, no extra burden for resting, just regular tomorrow with regular responsibilities. You wake later without interest added. Feel the relief in this. Feel how it changes rest from dangerous to safe. Feel how it transforms sleep from debt creation to simple restoration. You can rest tonight without fear of compound consequences. You can sleep without worrying about interest accumulating. You can do nothing without calculating the increased burden tomorrow, because there is no increased burden. There is no interest. There is no compound effect. You wake later with the same tomorrow you'd have anyway, just more capable of handling it because you rested. You wake later without interest added. This is not a trick. This is not wishful thinking. This is reality. This is how it actually works. Rest doesn't create debt. Sleep doesn't accrue interest. Tomorrow doesn't charge you for having rested tonight. Tomorrow is just tomorrow, same as it would be. No interest, no penalty, no compound burden, just tomorrow, which you'll meet with more energy and clarity because you rested tonight. You wake later without interest added, so rest now, without fear, without calculating compound costs, without worrying about interest accumulating while you sleep. Just rest. Just sleep. Just restore yourself and wake later to find tomorrow exactly the same. No interest added. No penalty charged. No extra burden created. Just regular tomorrow, which you'll handle better because you rested, which you'll face with more capacity because you slept, which you'll meet with more energy because you restored yourself tonight. You wake later without interest added. Remember that. Believe that. Let that finally give you permission to rest without fear. Tomorrow won't charge you for tonight. No interest, no penalty, No compound debt, just tomorrow, same as always, waiting for you to meet it rested instead of exhausted. You wake later without interest added. So sleep now, deeply, fully, without fear of accumulating debt, because no debt is being created, no interest is being charged, no burden is being compounded. Just rest, and wake later, without interest added, just rested, just restored, just ready. That's all. We've traveled through so many truths tonight, so many reasons why you can rest, so many ways of understanding that you're not in debt to life, that you're not obligated every moment, that you're allowed to simply be. And now we arrive at the final truth, the one that brings it all together, the one that gives you complete permission to finally, fully rest. For this night, you owe the world nothing. Not your time, not your effort, not your consciousness, not your worry, not your planning, not your problem solving, not one single thing. For this night, you owe the world nothing. This is absolute. This is complete. This is total release from every obligation, every debt, every sense that you must give anything to anyone, not to your family, not to your work, not to your responsibilities, not to your relationships, not to society, not to the universe, not to anything or anyone. For this night, you owe nothing. You don't owe your time to productivity. You don't owe your consciousness to problem solving. You don't owe your energy to anyone's needs. You don't owe your attention to anyone's expectations. For this night, you owe the world nothing. Every single thing you've been carrying, every obligation, every responsibility, every debt, every sense that you must give something, all of it can be set down. All of it can be released. All of it can rest while you rest. You don't owe an explanation for resting. You don't owe justification for sleeping. You don't owe proof that you deserve this rest. You don't owe anything at all. For this night, you owe the world nothing. Just sleep. That's all. Just close your eyes and let consciousness fade and allow your body to do what it knows how to do. Without owing anyone anything for it, this is freedom. Complete freedom. Total release. Absolute permission to exist without debt for these hours while you sleep. You've spent your whole life owing, or feeling like you owe, calculating what you must give, measuring what you must contribute, worrying about whether you've given enough. But for this night, you owe the world nothing. All of that can stop. All of that can rest. All of that can be completely released so you can finally sleep without the weight of obligation. For this night, you owe the world nothing. Not your thoughts, not your consciousness, not your awareness, not your presence, not your engagement, nothing. You can disappear into sleep, can become completely absent, can stop existing as a conscious being for hours, and owe nothing for it. Owe no explanation. Owe no justification. Owe nothing at all. This is what sleep is meant to be. Not rest you've earned through sufficient contribution. Not restoration you've deserved through adequate productivity. Not recovery you've paid for through enough giving. Just sleep. Free sleep. Sleep that owes nothing. Sleep that creates no debt. Sleep that requires no payment. Sleep that is simply allowed because you're human, and humans need sleep. For this night, you owe the world nothing. Let this truth settle into every cell of your body. Let it release every muscle. Let it quiet every worry. Let it end every calculation of what you owe. You owe nothing. For this entire night, from now until morning, nothing. at all, to anyone, for anything. Just sleep, in freedom, in release, in complete absence of debt or obligation or owing. The world will continue without you for these hours. Life will flow on. Everything will be fine. And you will owe nothing for letting it all continue without your conscious participation. For this night, you owe the world nothing. This is the truth that brings together everything we've explored. All the reasons you can rest. All the ways you're not in debt. All the permissions you've been given tonight. They all culminate here, in this final, complete truth for this night. You owe the world nothing. Not time, not effort, not explanation, not consciousness, not presence, not awareness, not contribution, not productivity, not anything. Just sleep. That's all. Just let yourself sleep. In the freedom of owing nothing, in the release of complete debt forgiveness, in the absolute permission to simply rest. For this night, you owe the world nothing. So stop trying to pay. Stop trying to give. Stop trying to prove you deserve rest. Stop trying to earn the right to sleep. You don't need to earn it. You don't need to deserve it. You don't need to pay for it. For this night, you owe nothing. And that means you can simply rest, simply sleep, simply exist in complete freedom from all debt. The night holds you. The darkness surrounds you. The hours stretch ahead, hours where you owe nothing to anyone, where you can simply be unconscious, simply rest, simply sleep. For this night, you owe the world nothing. Let this be the truth that finally lets you go, that finally allows you to release everything, that finally gives you permission to sleep. You owe nothing, not one single thing. For this entire night, just sleep. That's all you need to do. Just sleep, in freedom, in release, in the complete absence of owing. For this night, you owe the world nothing. And in that freedom, in that complete release from debt, you can finally rest, can finally sleep, can finally let go completely. Just sleep, owing nothing, free, released, at peace. For this night, you owe the world nothing. So sleep now, deeply, fully, completely, without owing, without debt, without obligation. Just sleep in freedom. That's all. Just sleep. And now, we've come to the quietest part of the night. You've carried so much for so long. Decades of believing you owed something. Years of calculating debt that was never real. Nights of lying awake thinking you hadn't given enough. But tonight, you know the truth. You don't owe the world anything. Not your time, not your consciousness. Not one more moment of worry. Life can hold itself tonight. It's been doing exactly that through all the years you've been alive. It will continue while you finally rest. You don't need to understand anything more. You don't need to figure anything out. You've done enough. You've given enough. You are enough. Now there's just this. Just breath moving in and out. Just the softness of the bed. Just the quiet darkness wrapping around you. Nothing to owe. Nothing to repay. Nothing to prove. Just breathing. Just resting. Just being. You've earned this peace, not through what you've done, but simply by being alive, by being human, by being here. Now, just sleep, deep and peaceful and free. Good night.